Mom.
Okay.
This is Dennis speaking, and it is July 8th, 1995, and we're down here in California in our home in Los Gatos.
On Moore Avenue.
Mm-hmm. And this is my mother, Irene Riggs, that we're interviewing, and she came down here for the weekend. And what was the occasion that brought you down?
Oh, this was a particularly exciting time to come because I came to see Irene. Irene was born on my birthday, and that is such a thrilling story because they had planned when they found out it was going to have a little girl. They both decided separately that they were going to name her Irene, and hoping that she would come on my birthday.
Well, we didn't even think of that at the time.
Oh, didn't you?
No, didn't even. It was just later it occurred to us that she's due in June. Wouldn't it be fun if she was on or near your birthday?
And it's just a miracle. We can't believe it. And all my friends think it's the most astounding thing and exciting thing they've ever heard of, that she was born on my birthday. We thought she was going to come on the 9th. We were celebrating our wedding anniversary at Stan's home. And you called and said that thought she was on her way to the hospital. And so we thought, well, she'll come. So that was about 7 o'clock when you called.
Right.
And we thought, sure, she'd come before midnight, so she'd come on our wedding anniversary rather than my birthday. And so I went home from the party at Stan's, at which all my brothers were attending. Connie and Stan had invited all of my brothers and their wives to come to celebrate this party for our wedding anniversary. And so I go home about midnight and thought, well, Dennis hasn't called, so maybe he thought it was too late or something. But I put the telephone right in the middle of the bed, right by me, where I could reach it in case he called. And it was about 2:30 Mountain Standard Time.
Right.
When the phone rings and Dennis said, Irene has arrived. And she's just a beautiful little baby, and it's so exciting to have a grandchild named after me.
And you had just woken up right before we called.
Oh yes, that's right. I had I went to sleep, and I went to bed about midnight. It was when I went down to sleep, and all of a sudden I don't know. I've been sound asleep, and I woke up, and I was wide awake, and I wasn't partly awake, and wasn't rubbing my eyes. I was wide awake, and I thought, why did I wake up? I didn't hear any noise. What woke me up? And I thought, I was just laying there just thinking, what did wake me up? And then the phone rang, and it was Dennis telling me that Irene had arrived. And
had arrived 20 minutes before we called. So you must have heard her crying. You up in Utah and us in California.
Yeah, we think that she was determined to come on my birthday. So this little spirit was up there just waiting to come down.
Can you hold her up there a little bit? So
now she's stretching a little bit. She's just such a beautiful baby.
And so the first time you ever saw her was yesterday.
Right. So anyway, then we had a Hales party a week ago at my brother Warwick's cabin way up there in the top of the mountains, and Mary and Person were there, and they have a son living in San Jose, and they had a daughter who just got married, and they were her father was having an open house for them, and I had known that, and when they had the reception in Provo, and I had said, well, let me know when it's in San Jose, and I'd like to go down there with you and go to the reception with Dennis. That would be real fun for their families to meet and the cousins to meet. And so then we had this party at Warwick's cabin. I'd forgotten about the wedding, the open house. And Kirsten and Mary said they were coming down here. and they had reservations on a plane to come down here for the open house. So that started the bee going in my bonnet. And so when I got home, I was staying at Marjorie's house, and I called I called Curzon and asked them what plane they had their reservations on. And so then they told me what time their plane was going and when they were going home. So then I called Delta, and they said, no, they didn't have any $59 flights. They're always advertising $59 flights. And they said, no, they didn't have any $59 flights. And so then I said, well, how much is it for one? And they said $256. Well, I hated to pay $256 when I should be able to come for $110. Right. And so I said, well, what do you have on companion flights? Oh, yes, we've got some seats for companion flights. And I said, and how much are those? And she said, well, you have to have someone to go with you. And I said, well, I'll take a granddaughter with me. And so she said, well, then two of you can go for $220. And I had to laugh that two of us could go cheaper than one could go. So, and Lisa loves to come here because she's always tells Marty that Jessica's her very favorite cousin. And Lisa was thrilled to death to be able to come. Of course, all the rest of the Swindler family were jealous because they wanted to come too, because they love to come to visit. It's such a beautiful home that they live in, and the atmosphere is so beautiful. And then, okay, did you back that? Oh, anyway. So anyway, Lisa was so excited to come because Jessica, she has so much fun with Jessica and Jasmine because they're her two favorite cousins, and they love to play together. And we're looking forward to them coming to Utah too, because was it Jasmine who drew the picture that Utah was her very favorite place? Or was it Jessica? Who drew the picture? What? You drew a picture in school, you told me.
I think Jessica did that.
Oh, so anyway, Jessica had to draw a picture in school of their favorite place that they like to go. And she drew a picture of Utah. Mm-hmm. And so anyway, so Lisa's here, and they had such fun swimming last night in their pool, and Jasmine just looked like a fish. She was just swimming around in that pool, and she would turn somersaults in the pool, didn't you, Jasmine? She just looked like a little mermaid. She just looked darling. And they had a great time splashing around in that pool.
And Jessica was another mermaid.
Yeah, and on Jessica too. I gotta be sure. Chantel still sat on the sidelines, and Lisa was.
Well, Chantel had the inner tube, and she was paddling around with the inner tube.
Oh, yeah. Right. So it was just a delightful evening, and we'll make them all want Lisa want to make a regular weekend tour down here. I can feel it in the wind. So anyway,
so
that's
why don't you? So that's why you're down here. Why don't you tell us where were you born?
Well, I was born in England. My father was in the British Royal Navy, and mother lived in Nottingham, and they separately became members of the Mormon Church, because my father had been in Hong Kong, China for 2 years. And while he was over there, he just felt like he needed something else in his life. And there had to be more to life than just being born and just living and then dying. And he just felt there had to be more to it. And he wanted the answer to it. And he couldn't understand why he felt that way, because none of his friends seemed to worry about it. And but he was concerned because he just felt like life had more fullness than that. And so when he came back to London, he had been gone for 2 years in Hong Kong. And he came back to London, and he went to the dentist's office. And he picked up a little book called The Voice of Warning that was up there on the dentist's desk. and was reading that, and he had the answers to the very thing that he felt that he was asking for and looking for. So he asked the dentist about it, and the dentist told him that he loaned him the book, and he said, "You take it." And then the next thing my father knew, two missionaries were knocking on his door, and they wanted to tell him more about the book. And my father just loved it, and he had quite some experiences because he'd been used to going to the Church of England where there were big congregations. And he tells in his journal how there was just a half a dozen people, and one lady was blind, and and they lived in this, and they had their first church meeting in this little living room of this family, and he thought, "Oh, this is a church," and he thought, "Oh," and he invited his brothers and sisters to go, and they just couldn't believe that could be a church with just those few people. But my father just loved it, and there was an 18-year-old boy who was a missionary over there, and he was the one that helped talk to my father and tell him more about the church, and they became fast friends till they even back here in the United States. He lived in Arizona and was a big insurance man there, and was well known that they were just the best of friends. And anyway, and then Mother was in Nottingham, and she one Sunday, our friend said, let's what should we do? They didn't know what to do. She said, well, let's go to church. And she said, you go my church this Sunday. Mother said, well, you come and go to my church today, and then I'll go to your church next Sunday. And so they went to Mother's church, and so then the next Sunday, this Clara Goodrow said to Mother, well, you promised me if I go to your church, you'd go to my church. And Mother said, well, yes, well, where is your church? She naturally thought it was going to be the Church of England. And so she said, oh, mine's the Mormon church. And Mother said, the Mormon church? Well, I couldn't go to the Mormon church. Aren't they the ones that are trying to kidnap girls? And Clara said, no, that's just a false story.
Kidnap girls and take them to Utah so the polygamists can marry them.
And that what?
They wanted to kidnap girls and take them to Utah so the polygamous men can marry them.
Oh.
I mean, that was the story. That's why they wanted to kidnap girls.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The same story over in Switzerland. They said
really?
that they heard that the Mormons were the ones that kidnap girls, take them to the Swiss temple, and there's a hole down in the bottom of the temple, and they take them through to the other side of the world to Utah, and people believed it.
Is that right?
It was just a widespread rumor,
That's great. And so Mother.
So you're saying they didn't really kidnap girls?
Oh yeah. No, Mother said no. Claire Goodell said, "Oh, they don't. That's just a wild story. That's not true at all, Neil." My mother's name was Nellie Warwick, and so they go to the Mormon church, and Mother was real impressed with the missionaries, and they talked about the Godhead, and Mother had always been confused because the ministers in England said that God was so great that he would fill the universe and was so small he could dwell in the hearts of men. And Mother always got confused. She couldn't see how God could be so great, could be all over the universe and so small. But here the missionaries made it all very plain. And so Mother was real impressed, and she wanted to go again and again. And then a few Sundays later, she was there at Nottingham Square, and she was helping the missionaries passing out tracts, little papers that told about the church. And along came one of Mother's father's friends, and Mother knew, and he saw Mother, and Mother saw him, and Mother knew her secret was out. She just knew it was out. And so when she went home that night, she went tiptoeing in the door and started going up the steps. And her father And her father and mother and this friend were sitting in this room.
And how old were they? How old was your mother?
Well, I guess about 18, 19. I guess I've never really thought. And so, then mother started going up steps, and when she had seen them through the crack of the door, she could see her father sitting there, and her mother was crying, and she heard her father bang his hand down on the table, and he banged his head down on the table, and he said, I'd rather have a daughter of mine dead than get affiliated with those Mormons. And so then mother started sneaking up the steps, and they heard her, and they called her. She came back. Well, what have you been doing? Where would you go? Why would you stoop so low as to get mixed up with those kind of people? And then mother tried to tell them that the stories weren't true, that they were just great. And so she said, could she invite some of these young men, these missionaries, to their home? And they said, yes, they could come and invite them to dinner. And so mother did. She invited them to come to dinner. And my grandfather was real impressed with them, and so was my grandmother. They were real impressed with them, except they didn't like the table manners. I think I've told you that, haven't I?
I think so, yeah.
They didn't like the table manners because the British, well, at least mother's family, and most of the British people they're very particular about table manners, and it's just very important the way you eat, that you have good table manners. And so anyway, they overcame that. And so then
what were their table manners that they didn't like? Do you remember?
Where were their what?
Do you remember what the table manners were?
No, that was the only thing I've ever heard mother say. I don't know, maybe they gobbled or something. I don't know. But I know that, they were very proper about eating. Well, Dennis, I remember in our family that Dennis was the most gracious and politest and genteel eater. I was always telling the kids that when you were little. Then Dennis always sat at the table very graciously and ate with meticulous care, and I could see him as a child. And I used to tell the others that I wish they could be as polite as Dennis was at the table. I remember that very, very well. Well, so then a mother really enjoyed, and she felt like this was the answer to her prayer, so she was baptized. My father had been baptized in London, and now my father just couldn't get enough of the church, and so when he wasn't aboard the ship, he was traveling around with the missionaries. And he went up to Nottingham with the missionaries, and they went to an MIA. I know it was called Mutual Improvement Association. It was the social activity of the church.
For young people.
That time, they don't.
For young people.
Yeah, for young people, right? And
so they met at MIA.
And so Dad goes out there to Nottingham with the missionaries, and he goes to this meeting, this MIA meeting, and Mother now had become affiliated, and she was secretary. And I had to read the minutes from the meeting the previous week, which they used to do all the time. And my father was so smitten. He thought she was just beautiful, and he said she had on a pretty pink suit. And he just thought she was just beautiful, and so that started the courtship. And then when they were married, and Dad was still in the British Navy, and then I was born in Portsmouth.
Wait, how old was he when they got married?
I don't know.
Was he older? Who was older?
I think Dad was about 4 years older than Mother.
Okay, so she was 19, maybe 20. Was she 20 by then?
Yeah, about 24, I think she was.
She was 24?
I think she was 24 and she was married, so Dad would be about 28.
And how far away is Nottingham from London?
Nottingham is about 120 miles north of London.
And where was she living?
And they lived in Portsmouth because that was a big naval town.
And where's Portsmouth relative to what?
Portsmouth is the very southern tip of it. Well, not really the southern tip because Land's End is farther south, but Portsmouth is in the central part, but it's just off from the Isle of Wight. It's a big naval. That's where Lord Nelson's ship is.
So
It's
how,
in Portsmouth.
how far
I've
away?
just got to go to England with Dennis.
I'd like that. That'd be great. How far away is Portsmouth, would you say, from London then?
From London, it's about 2 hours too, but it's the opposite direction.
Yeah, but not then it wasn't 2 hours. Now it's 2 hours.
Well, they had fast trains then.
Oh, they did? So
Uh-huh.
how long did it take?
They've
to get
always
from,
had a good train system.
How long did it take to get from his home to her home, do you think? And did they go by train to get there?
Yeah, go by
So how long
train.
did maybe 5 hours or
I don't know how they worked their courtship,
something?
but they managed it.
I'm just wondering. It's so interesting.
I know.
Because the technology changes, the whole
Yeah.
environment changes,
Right.
and all these things are barriers. I mean,
I have never.
that's a long ways away even now for somebody to
Yeah.
date someone else.
Well, and then Dad would have to go aboard ship, and, because I've got those postcards that he would send cards to her,
Mm-hmm.
and when he was, and I've got those in his book that I'm trying to compile.
What did they say?
That's what I'm busy doing right now, is trying to compile these letters and postcards they sent to one another.
But so did he say stuff about he'll come down on a ship, or did he
No,
say train?
no, he'd just say, I'm in the cards. He said, and do I hope you're well? And
So they couldn't just call on the telephone. Right?
there was no telephones. No, these postcards.
So they couldn't send faxes to each other then either.
I've never asked them, but I suppose most of their courting was done with postcards. I really don't know. I've never thought much about that. I'm glad Dennis is. There's no way I can find out now either.
And they didn't just jump in the car and drive over to the
No.
other's house.
No, no. Didn't see each other every night. I know they were married in Nottingham, and I've got pictures of those in the books. See, I'm busy compiling history. So,
Okay, so they got married, and then they got
And then
married
they-
and stayed in England for a while.
they stayed in Portsmouth, and then my father asked for a release from
In the Navy.
from the Navy, and
Right away, do you think?
well, I guess so, because I don't know how long it took to get a release, but he tells in his journal how he was walking along the bay there in Portsmouth. What do they call it now? I can't think of the name. And I see it. Every time I go there, I think about there's a bay, a big bay there where the ship are anchored. And he and Mother were walking along the beach, and he could read the Morse code, and that was how the ship sent messages. And they send a message from the captains. Well, one admiral, I don't know who it'd be. Anyway, the head ship. They send it to Dad's ship, and Dad could read the Morse code, saying he was being released.
Oh.
And they tried to talk him out of it in the British Navy. Why would you go? Why would you give up a great career in the British Navy? The Royal British Navy has really held in high esteem, and right to this day too. And so, why would you leave that for a strange religion away out there in the deserts, in the desert country where there's not even any water?
So Nottingham was a desert?
No, but here was desert.
Oh, because he was.
To leave
Oh, he
Nottingham.
got a release to come to America.
Right.
It was in
Oh,
Utah.
yes.
Oh.
Yes. Oh, and to give up British citizenship and to give up a great career in the British Navy.
So he went straight from the Navy to Utah. So he didn't have any other career in
No.
London.
No, he got his release to come over here.
But you were married you were born in England.
Portsmouth. Mhm.
You were born in Portsmouth? Oh, that was something. The Isle of Wight.
No, I'm born in Portsmouth. It's right across from the Isle of Wight. No,
And-
I've been to my birthplace. It's still there. It didn't even get demolished. It did get hit by bombs during World War II, but they restored it.
And what is it? You're always talking about the Isle of Wight.
Well, the Isle of Wight is where the Hales family came from.
Okay.
The Hales all came. That's Dad's family line. That's his
So
mother's.
even though he was living in Nottingham, his family came.
No, he did born in Aldershot. He lived in Aldershot in Hampshire.
Right, so
then-
his ancestors came from the Isle of Wight,
Right.
which
the
was
Hales.
right by where your mother grew up.
No,
Did I get those mixed up?
yeah, because Mother grew up in Nottingham. That's
Oh,
it.
your mother was in Nottingham.
Mother,
Okay,
Mother
I got
grew
it
up in
mixed up.
Nottingham. That's called the Midlands of England.
Mhm.
And Dad grew up, was born in Hampshire, in Aldershot, is where he lived. He was born in Wokingham, and I've been there, went there.
Now, didn't you say there was like a Hales Castle or a Warwick Castle?
There is a Hales Castle and a Warwick's Castle, but I don't know how they're connected with us.
And
I haven't made that connection.
you're working on it. And
That's what some people try to work their genealogy pedigree line to fit certain things. Like Ben Bloxham says, you can bend your pedigree to fit anything you want to. Well, I've never been able to fit it. Warwick Castle is a beautiful castle to go to. It's beautiful. There's a whole county of Warwick County.
Oh.
There are 40 counties in England, and there is a Warwick County.
and what does Warwick have to do with
Mother was a Warwick.
Irene Hales Riggs?
Mother was
Your full name is Irene Warwick Hales Riggs?
No, my full name is Irene Hales Ricks, but my mother was Nellie Warwick. Her father was Daniel Charles Warwick.
Okay. So you
Daniel
never had
Charles
Warwick.
Warwick's father was Joseph Warwick. Joseph Warwick's father was William Warwick. William Warwick's father was Benjamin Warwick, who married the Mary Mouth, and that's where I'm stuck on Benjamin Warwick. My brothers last weekend at the party I said, why don't some of you come and help me do this family search? And they said, oh, you've done it all. And I said, oh, that's a laugh. You never get done with genealogy. And besides that, I'm stuck with Benjamin Warwick on the Warwick side. And I'm stuck with William Williams on that side because
Which side is William Williams?
now Dennis said, where did we get the Isle of Wight? Well, the Hales family came from the Isle of Wight. My grandfather was born William Williams. And his father was William Williams. And his mother was Elizabeth Ann Hales. My grandfather joined the British Navy. Well, he joined the Merchant Navy. He joined the Merchant Navy. And then he was mistreated. And he jumped ship and left the Merchant Navy, but joined the British Royal Navy. And he took his mother's maiden name, which was Hales.
Okay.
And I've got that marriage certificate. William Williams, who was a hairdresser, and he marries Elizabeth Ann Hales in London.
Okay, so let me fast
And
forward.
Thomas Hales was her father. Thomas Hales was her father, and he was born on the Isle of Wight and lived on the Isle of Wight. And Elizabeth Ann was born on the Isle of Wight. And then the rest of the Hales family, I got clear back to the 1500s, as far as they've got history on the Isle of Wight.
Oh,
All the Hales family, because they just stayed there on the Isle of Wight. So they've been easy to follow.
so this portion of the interview about ends. Let me just ask, how old were you when you moved to America?
13 months.
Oh, so you don't remember that much of me.
No. No, I don't remember anything about it.
And were you the first child?
Yeah,
And so you were the only child at the time that they moved.
right.
Okay. So then,
Now you've got it off now. Oh,
no,
it's
it's
still,
just about to end on this,
Oh.
for this tape.
oh,
And when they first moved to the U.S., what did they do for What'd your dad do?
Oh, my father they came across on the ship, and they, I guess should I tell about the other baby that was there?
Yeah, I don't know.
Did you know about that?
I don't know.
Well, there was a missionary who went home, got an honorable release as far as they knew. And then when he got home, they found out that he had left a little 14-year-old girl pregnant. And she had a baby. She at the boarding house where he lived. And so they had to get that baby out of England because the papers were blasting it forth all over this Mormon missionary. Left this little 14-year-old girl. And so they asked mother and dad if they would take the baby over to its grandparents, over to the father. And the grandparents wanted the baby. And imagine what a traumatic experience that was. So mother and dad had two babies. They didn't.
Tape number 2, we're interviewing Irene Ricks, and she's telling some of her experiences growing up. She was just at the point of telling about her parents coming across the ship from England over to the U.S. Now, was this like a big luxury ocean liner with private rooms, or is this a Mayflower made of?
I know the name of the ship. I think it was the SS Samaria.
But was this like the Mayflower, where is a wooden ship, and they were?
It was better. I really don't know. I don't. I'm sure it was. It was a nice ship.
It was a metal ship, not a wooden ship.
I don't know. We'll have to go into that. I haven't done that much research on.
I mean, it's kind of an interesting story. Everybody'd like to know what kind of ship did their ancestors cross the ocean.
That I never thought about going into that.
How long did it take to cross the ocean?
I think they were about 2 weeks. I think crossing. Let's see, mother does. I don't know. Maybe it was like 10 days on the ship, and then they had to take the train from. See, where did they land? They didn't land. They did go to Ellis Island. They went up the St. Lawrence River to, would it be Quebec, maybe? I do have it written down. Anyway, they did go up the St. Lawrence River, and then they got on the train.
Okay.
And then
came straight into Utah.
Right. And they went on the train, and they sent a telegram from Chicago to Ogden, Utah, to tell the grandparents that they had this baby.
Now, did they know anybody else in the U.S.?
Yes, they knew Brother Zodi.
And who's that?
He was an X-ray. He'd been in the British Navy with mother. With dad, rather. He'd been in the British Navy with dad.
So he had done the same thing, become a Mormon.
Yes, right.
Okay.
And so they were the ones that met mother and dad, and they had them at their home. Mother and dad stayed with Zodi.
Oh, okay. And so they were still maybe around your dad, maybe was still.
Yeah, it's interesting because I've been corresponding with Florence Zodi. She was over there when we were on our mission. We were having dinner at this Imperial College where we ate dinner, and they'd been to church. Florence and her daughter had been to church, and so we were all sitting there with eating. And so Florence said, "You're Irene Hales, aren't you?" And I said, "Well, yes, but how do you know me?" And she said, "I'm Florence Zodi Brighton." And then we hugged one another because we'd known each other as children.
Oh.
And because mother and dad, good friends with the Zodis. And mother was such an expert seamstress that she used to make dresses. But they had 5 girls and 1 boy. Or 1 girl and 1 boy, I think. I don't know when it was 5 and 1 or 4 and 1. But mother was such an expert seamstress, and Sister thought she didn't sew much. So mother used to make dresses. Florence has told me this because she said she's still got one of the dresses that my mother made.
Oh, really?
For her. And
so did people ever go and buy dresses in the store, or just rich people, or
I think the only way you could have a dress was to make it.
And was it with
I
a
don't-
sewing machine usually, or was that?
Yeah, mother brought her sewing machine over with her, and it was the first electric sewing machine in Salt Lake.
Oh, really?
Huh.
That's something.
I don't know why I didn't keep it either.
Did you get from
It was a sinker sewer, and so um yeah, she brought the first sewing machine, and
So how old were your parents when they came over here then? I'm guessing they might have been 30 and 26, something like that. Your father 30 and your mother 20.
oh, let's see, but there would have been say 10.
Hey, Chantel,
She'd be 25. Mother would come 25. Dad 29.
go tell mommy. Oh, that'd be nice. Yes. Right. Okay, go tell mommy. Okay. Hey, go tell mommy. Irene's ready for some milk.
Oh, and anyway, so
They brought.
they sent a telegram from Chicago to Brother Norris and his wife, and they never did receive it. So when Mother and Dad got to Ogden, there was nobody there to meet them as they got off the train, and nobody there to pick up to get the baby. And Dad said, because they had these two babies, these two women were very inquisitive about it. And oh, you sweetheart. I think she's hungry. She's, very good. She just doesn't cry, my glory. She's just, so anyway.
So did they just tell them, well, we're just kidnapping babies and taking them to
they were very curious. And my father, I have to laugh every time I read his journal about it, because he said they were a couple of beaky bobs.
What's a beaky bob?
Beaky bobs. And he wasn't about to tell them about this baby. And they were just a couple of gossipy women, but he called them beaky bobs. And so finally, but they were able some way to communicate with the Norrises to tell them they were there with the baby. And they came down and got her. And then an interesting story about this part is that years later, when maybe I think at least about 50 years later, we were going over to England, and if my husband Eldon was taking a tour of people to England, I wanted Fern to go over with us and see Portsmouth, because we kept, and Mother and Dad were very good friends with Norris's over the years. Every time they'd come down for conference, and they'd always stay with Mother and Dad.
Beautiful.
We go up there and
Where did they live?
Paradise, Utah.
And
It's outside of Logan. Outside of Logan.
oh, okay.
In Hiram County. And so we same thing. We're very good friends, Mother and Dad. We used to go up there, and that was our vacation, was to go up and stay with Norris on their farm. They had a big farm.
Oh.
And the father of the baby was killed in a snowslide.
Oh.
So the grandparents raised this baby, raised her. And about 50 years later, we wanted her to go over to England with us. We were taking a group. Eldon was taking this group over to England, and we wanted her to go with us. And her husband had died by now. And so we wanted her to go over to see Portsmouth and to see England, where she was born. And so she was excited about it. So she started trying to get her passport. And she found out that she was not an American citizen.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, she found out. That's what she found out.
Had she been voting?
She'd been voting and everything else. And they found out she was not a citizen. See, her father had died in this snowslide, and her grandparents just raised her.
Right.
And they never gave any thought to getting her papers out. Anyway, it was a legal thing. And so and she was just astounded at her kids. Our children were very, they said, you can't go. So we might not get back, because she'd have to go on a British pay. She wouldn't have an American passport. And so, anyway, then she started getting her citizenship papers, and she got her. You get your first papers, and then you get your second papers, and you have to wait 5 years between getting your first papers and your second naturalization papers. And she didn't want to have to wait 5 years. And she asked them if there wasn't something they could do if there wasn't something that they could do to help her get it in less than 5 years. And so the interesting part about it was that they said that if she had what I did was Xerox. I had typed up Dad's story, and I'm working on family history there, and I had typed up Dad's journal, which he had kept crossing over. I had typed it up, and I had given her a copy of that, so she'd know about her trip over. And so she showed them that copy, that typewritten copy, and they said that wouldn't be valid. But if they had the handwritten story that my father had written, then they could rush her passport through. And so I made a copy of Dad's handwritten story, and she was able to get her American passport.
Yeah, great.
That shows the value of a handwritten journal.
And did she get to meet her mother? Did she ever? So she went to England with you, right?
She met her. Yes, she did go to England.
And
I think it was next year.
And did she meet her mother?
Because it took her a while to get her papers. But she never would have known that she wasn't an American citizen.
But did she meet her mother?
She met her mother once. Her mother came to my mother and father's home.
Oh.
And I was about 5 or 6 years old. And her mother was a friend of mother's and dad's. And of course she was younger than they were, and but they thought the world of her. She was really a pretty girl, and she had come over here too. She and her mother had come over here to live.
Oh,
They had immigrated too.
and they were Mormons.
Yeah, they were all Mormon. She was a Mormon when her mother had this boarding house for missionaries.
Correct.
And so
Do you think they came over because of the publicity they got there?
Yeah, I don't know. They were here.
She would have been a marked woman there in England,
She might have been it. And her mother, who was running the Belvedere Hotel, she was the manager there. So anyway, Clara, the mother now of Fern Narcissus, the babies came at me. Her mother worked at Keeley's as a waitress. And when we would go to town, which was a great event, mother would take me into Keeley's to have this ice cream.
How old was this?
And Clara would be I was 4 or 5 when I remember Clara coming to visit, about Chantel, about Jasmine's age. And Clara, I just thought she was the prettiest lady and prettiest girl. Oh, I thought she was pretty. And I just thought I was real special with her because she always made a fuss of me. Well, now Clara, Mrs. Norris brought Fern down to meet her mother. And Clara, this is the only time she ever saw her little girl. And they were at our house, and of course, she was the center of attention. Fern was the center of attention. And I was burning up with jealousy. I was just burned up with jealousy because the tension wasn't on me. It was on.
Had 5 or.
And I thought I wasn't at the important. I can just see tension,
Yeah.
And I thought I was the important one. And so mother took me aside and whispered in my ear. She said, sometime when you're a big girl, I'll tell you why that Clara was interested in Fern.
Oh,
Gave her a locket.
oh, so you,
Gave her a locket, but she didn't give me anything. She just gave
oh,
Fern.
and you didn't know that that was her mother.
Oh, didn't know anything about it.
So if she moved to America, why didn't she take her daughter back
I don't know.
here?
But that was the only time Fern ever met her mother. So she was raised by her grandma.
And did Fern know that was her mother?
No, not that way. She was too little. Trying to explain it, you know.
And whatever happened to her mother?
Well, she married, went to Germany on vacation or something. She married a baron. She became a baronet.
Oh, really?
And that was the last I ever knew of her.
Well,
Fern always hoped when she got bigger, when she was big and we used to talk about it, she was wishing her mother would uh, invite her to come over to Germany. She would like to have known her because that's the only time she ever met her mother was at our house when she was about 5 years old.
so
She was raised by grandparents, you know.
so tell me what it was like growing up. So you grew up in Salt Lake City.
Yeah.
What was it like? What's some of your earliest memories of Salt Lake?
Well, we lived by the Jordan River because that was the only spot of water in Salt Lake Valley.
Good.
And Dad used to get so homesick for water that's why he bought this house. Dodies didn't want him to move down there by the river. They wanted him that was more aristocratic up there on the avenues where they lived. That was where the aristocrats lived, you know. And they didn't want Dad to but Dad just had moved by the Jordan River.
Why not by the Great Salt Lake?
Well, that's too far out. That was out of Garfield.
Okay. So what did your dad
With
do?
salt water. And so he did work out at the Garfield smelter. And he used to take the train out. And we used to walk across those fields to go and meet Dad. It was a great experience for us. We used to go walk across the street. That was those fields there on the other side of the river to meet him. But and well, over the years, when we were Catholic, there was just nothing but a big field there, safe as can be. Safe as can be. I mean, you didn't have to worry about it. But we'd go over those fields to meet my father. He'd come at 5 after 5. His train would do. I can remember right now. And we would walk over there, and Warwick and Chick and I are the ones I can remember walking.
How far was that?
Fieldsville, about a half a mile, I guess.
And
But that was and Dad used to point out all the flowers to it in the field. You know, he loved flowers and birds and everything. But so it was just the contrast to the life he lived. He worked. He was electrical. He was an electrician. He was learning in the Navy, so he had a job on the banks of the Great Salt Lake. They have what they call the pump house, and it was right near the shore of the Great Salt Lake, and there was all this sand. And with that used to be our real excursion. We'd go out on the train with Dad to the pump house and play all day. And when the lake was right there, we could go wading, and the sand, just whole acres of sand, that beautiful sand that's around the Great Salt Lake. I haven't thought about this for years. What unless you're getting it all.
how many kids were there
How many kids were there? What?
in your family?
There were 7 of us.
What's your name or what?
And there was my brother Charles, Sir Chick, as we called him, my brother Warwick.
And what were the age differences? Start with the oldest and go down from there.
Chick was the oldest.
But you were the oldest.
Next to me.
After you, okay.
I was the oldest. They were all born here. And
Okay.
And Charles Chick, as we called him, he was 3 years younger, and then Warwick was 3 years younger. We were all about 2 years apart. And Warwick was named after my mother, the Warwick. They called him Rick, except mother would never call him Rick. She would not desecrate her distinguished Warwick name by calling him Rick. And I, to this day, am about the only one now who calls him Warwick. Everybody else calls him.
Oh, really? I've noticed that because I always call him Uncle Warwick.
I know.
And I noticed the other ones always seem to
Yeah.
call him Rick, but okay.
And then came, and so grandfather would write letters, and his name was Daniel Charles Warwick. But he didn't like the name Daniel, so he used to call himself Charles Warwick. And he would write letters when he'd say to the name of the children, he'd say Charles Warwick in big letters because they were named after him.
Correct.
And then my brother Curzon was married after an admiral in the British Navy that Dad liked. He just thought he was the greatest admiral. He was a friend too. Dad really liked him. Lord Curzon he was. And so that's where Curzon got his name. And then came Dorothy, my sister Dorothy, the only girl. Oh, I was so happy to get a sister. Oh, I was sick of brothers. I just wanted a sister so badly. And so my sister Dorothy, and then Donald, and then Jack. And Jack was named after his name's John really, but he never been known as John. He's been Jack named after my father. And my father was known as Jack too, Jack Hales.
So what was it, what was it like growing up?
On California Avenue.
Yeah, well,
We lived on
what
California.
are some of the things you remember? What did you do on a typical weekend?
Go to church.
Okay, well, let's say Saturday morning, you wake up.
Like hide and go seek in the summertime. We had to walk a mile to go to the Riverside School. I think that's why I'm so healthy right now, because they had to walk a mile a day. There were no buses to take us.
A mile each way.
A mile each way, clear down the 7th West. California Avenue was on 13th South. And the Riverside School was on 6th West. And then,
What'd you do when it snowed?
and the snow was deep too. Well, it's the only way there was to go.
And did your parents walk with you?
I don't think so.
Could you?
My father would be at work and mother would be home. I'd walk with other children.
Huh?
There were lots of children down there on California Avenue.
And didn't you say sometimes the snow was so deep and you couldn't walk?
And it was really deep. They'd take a snowplow down. And I remember this one neighbor lady used to carry me through the deep snow. She was a sturdy Norwegian lady, and she'd carry me. I can remember getting carried through the snow. It was so deep. And then the snow.
How deep is it? Was deep. How big were you? And was it as deep as you were tall?
Oh, as I remember it was. I remember it was still deep.
And when they said the snowplow, I picture.
I guess we just walked.
I picture a big snowplow with a big truck with a big blade. Is that what we had for a snowplow? Or did
I guess. I really can't remember.
Well, how many people in cars
How many people
had cars when you were like in elementary school?
Well, I don't remember that anybody did.
So the snowplow, was that a car? Was that a horse and buggy?
There was a streetcar. There was a streetcar, but we didn't ever ride it to go to school. I'd walk. All of us walked. All the kids walked, and they were just dozens. Cannon Ward. I lived there in Cannon Ward, and it was just like one big family. Most of the people were German immigrants who had come to the church, and Dad was one of the few English, which didn't help much during World War II. With those Germans. My father always said that when he was in the British Navy, the British ships would be painted red, white, and blue, so you could see them all over. And then while he was still in the Navy, the Germans started painting them battleship gray. And he'd say, why are they painting them battleship gray? Because battleship gray just kind of fades into the ocean. You can't see it. And of course, that they understood why when the Kaiser. The Kaiser was the one who started World War II. He was the
World
bad
War I.
guy. He was the bad.
World War One.
World War One. I mean, War One. I just remember my father talking about it. He just, he's
So you came over to the U.S. around 1911,
yeah, right.
and
Before World War II.
Ni-
So he
World War
escaped
One
being
was
in World War II.
1914. Is that when World War One started?
Yes, it did. 1914 to
So
1918.
it was before World War One.
4 years. 4 years.
4 years.
Going on.
And so did
Because I remember Dad, that was one of his big testimonies that he escaped being in World War II.
World War One.
World War One. He escaped being in World War One because he had left the Navy, and so he escaped being in it. And that was quite a testimony to him that he didn't get involved in the war because it was a bad war.
There,
It was really bad.
Now-
It was British Navy, that it was almost the Navy. Wasn't it mostly a Navy?
Well, what I always hear about World War One was the horrible trench warfare. The people were in these infantry in trenches for months at a time, and they got sick, and big stalemate in the trench.
Yeah, that's right. That would have done a lot of it too, and the Navy too.
The Navy.
But that I remember hearing my British when I went over there with Mother. Oh, there. When Chick was on his mission.
Mhm.
Chick was on his mission over there. And I went over with Mother, and they talked about how they got covered with. My uncles were all in the Mother's sister's husbands. They were all in World War II. Of one, I keep saying World War One, and how they got covered with lice, and so they set up this arm.
So now the U.S. got involved in World War One, but was your dad too old at that time to be in it?
I guess he had too many children. Just
Oh, okay. So he would have been maybe 34, 33, 34 when it started.
yeah.
And
He did.
then maybe
Did I?
at least
I remember.
two or three kids by then.
The only thing I can remember about World War One is that a car, some kind of a car truck, went by waving an American flag, and I remember my father saying, "Oh, they've signed the armistice. The war's over."
Right.
And how rejoicing there was especially on my father's part, because it was pretty vital to him. And to hear all these German people lived in our war. Dad was about the only Britisher, and the same thing happened in World War II. It was the Germans again, that caused the problem. Dad again was done. Chris, people had grown up, and his boys then were in World War II, but so he hated Hitler with a
So before we jump into the Second World War,
hated the Kaiser too.
so what year did World War One end? Was that about 1917?
About 18, I think it was, as I remember.
1918, and so
1980.
so you were about 8 years old. So you're old enough to remember that Armistice Day.
I remember arms. That's all I can remember about it. But
There,
I remember this truck going by with the flag, and how happy my father was.
well, there were trucks, so people were starting to get cars and trucks in.
I guess.
I mean, there weren't very many. I mean,
No, there weren't.
that was back in Model T Ford days.
This was no, that was Model T. Model T was, I think, as far as I go, I can't remember anybody having cars.
So how old were you when you first got a car, or anybody in your family?
Well, the boys can tell you better than that. I can't remember.
Do you remember in high school going on dates in a car?
No.
College?
In college, yeah. I can't remember. I can remember in how you go. I just don't remember. Yes.
Did you used to ride a horse around?
The boys had horses, but I would never ride on a horse.
You would ride a horse? Did you?
Oh, yes. Chick started liking horses. Dad went through the Lehigh to get him a horse from a missionary that was raising horses.
Mm.
And that was,
Did you ride a
I
buggy?
don't remember how they got down to Lehigh either. They must have had a car, but I can't remember all the details about cars.
Did you ride a buggy?
Actually, we didn't ever have a horse and buggy.
Oh, you did. So you walked everywhere then.
They had a horse, but no horse and buggy.
So since you didn't ride a horse, you just walked everywhere.
I guess I did. Went on the street.
Where did your mother have her kids? Did she have them at home or in the
Yeah,
hospital?
that's home.
So they didn't like jump in the car and drive to the hospital and it's time for a baby.
No.
Did somebody like run to go get a doctor, or how did?
I guess they'd call the doctor.
So they got telephones by then, or so your neighbors
Yeah.
had a telephone.
I remember them, that they were born. I wasn't even home when the kids were born. I don't remember that.
How old were you when you got a telephone?
In high school,
And how about a radio?
a radio. Well, that's when we had those little crystal things we were talking to you
Right.
about.
Mm-hmm. How old was? High school.
I don't know. I think it was junior high.
Okay.
Junior high days.
So you didn't?
I just remember that little crystal
Mm.
radio,
Where you put an earphone on to listen?
earphone on, and attached to the boys. Because I had all these brothers who were always exploring and investigating and keeping up to date, just like Dennis. Only they go for computers.
Now, what about, did you have a bathroom? Number 3 of Irene Hill's Rick's life story. And it is the next day is July 9th. And again, we're in California where Mom has come down here for a visit. This is Dennis Ricks talking. And
We just finished a night candlelight dinner with all the family sitting there, and it was fun. Lisa's here with me, and she and Jessica are such good friends, and Jasmine. So,
and what were we saying about little Irene?
little Irene will be 1 month old tomorrow.
Yeah. So our anniversary already.
Right. A whole month old.
Cool.
A whole month since I've had a namesake. That's
What's your impression of little Irene so far, by the way?
Oh, she's adorable. Best little baby.
You get it too.
So good. Just darling.
She looks just like you.
Oh, what?
No, I'm not you.
Well, I've been doing a lot of thinking since Dennis got me going on this family history, or this like history of mine. I've been so busy writing everybody else's history that I haven't taken time out to think about mine, but I've been thinking, and so I'll just tell some of the thoughts that I've been having. I remember I always wanted to be a teacher, and I know that I thought about being a teacher long before I even went to school, because I remember that we were playing. I was playing with some other children, and we were playing school and playing a teacher. And I said, I want to be the teacher. And the other little girl said, well, you can't be the teacher. You've never even been to school. You don't know what to do. So that was how long ago I wanted to be a teacher. And then Mother and Dad used to say that when one time they were wheeling me in the buggy in Portsmouth, England. They were wheeling me in this buggy along the shoreline there, the coast of the ocean there, on a walk. And a fortune teller came along, and she said, she wanted to tell the fortune of this baby. And Mother said, no, she didn't believe in fortune tellers. And this fortune teller said, well, I can tell you right now, she's either going to be a school teacher or a nurse. And they were real impressed because in those days, that's all the top-notch girls could do. They either housemaids but if they were, top-notch, why then they were either a school teacher or nurse. You had no other choice. So I remember that very much. And then that got me thinking about this. We lived in Cannon Lord, as I think I might have mentioned
Right.
before. And our neighborhood had Scandinavian people and German people and English people. And the English people were either the Hales, which is my mother and dad, and they were from the Isle of Wight, or the Cannons, and they were the aristocrat of the Salt Lake, and they came from the Isle of Man, which is just off the coast between Ireland and England.
Oh, what made them the aristocrats?
Oh, they were just that kind of aristocratic people. The Cannons thought they were the royalty of Salt Lake. But all of these people, they were great friends, and it was just like one big family. Everybody was very thoughtful of one another, and one's problems became everybody's problems. And they had this one thing in common. They had all immigrated from their different countries for the gospel, for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And they all had that as a common goal. And in our neighborhood, we had Alexander Schreiner, who had immigrated with his parents from Germany. Alexander Schreiner was a world-famed organist in his later years. He was younger then when he lived in the ward, but he had started playing on the famous tabernacle organ at that time, and I took piano lessons from him. And he always made a big fuss of me when we went to church, because Mother used to dress me up in all these frills and organdies and ruffles and all these pretty clothes. And he used to make a big fuss of me and take me to show his mother with my pretty dresses on. And I used to think he was going to wait for me to grow up so that he could marry me. He was that world-famous organist. And then we had Tracy White Cannon, who lived in the ward, who was a very famous musician and has written many songs. And we had an apostle living in our area. Sylvester Q. Cannon was an apostle. So we had a lot of great people, but everyone had this one goal in common. They loved the Church of Jesus Christ. They loved the gospel, and it held them together, and everybody's problems were their problems. So let's see, Dennis, you were asking me about running water and...
Well, I was just wondering what, kind of niceties did people have growing up there? On the previous tape, we had just ended it with a question about, did you guys have indoor bathrooms?
Oh, well, no, we didn't. We had outdoor bathrooms, and everybody had them, so nobody thought anything about it. Everybody, I guess, was poor, but everybody in the same category, so there were no poor and there were no rich. Everybody was just good. Just loved one another,
and so they were the classic outhouses like you see.
Yes, they were like houses. Were that great big house, the church you can't?
No. The outhouses, were they the traditional outhouses?
They were just little wooden houses.
Little wooden
houses.
Yeah, around
like an outhouse.
Yeah, okay. Like when you go camping, they have outhouses.
Like the kind up the canyons.
Now your brothers were saying one time about they played a trick on somebody.
Yes, at Halloween. Why, that was the fun thing to do. They used to go around and gather up these, put them on a truck, truck and horse and buggy wagon. I don't know, something, tip them over or something. That was the big Halloween trick, was put them over outhouse. I didn't ever help with it, but I know the boys did. That wasn't my thing, but they used to laugh about doing the outhouses. And
so where did you take bath?
We took bath. We had round tubs that
inside
water in the house and kitchen.
And the kitchen.
And you fill up the round tub, and then then they invented these long ones that were as long as a bathtub. They were metal. Mm-hmm. And oh boy, they were great. And the girls always got to take the bath first, and the boys with the cleanest. And then the boys used to follow. And
How many kids in your family?
well, I don't remember when Chick was born. He was the next one. He was born, they called it Gold's Place, was where Mother and Dad lived when they first came here to England. That's when their first house was, they lived in Gold's Place. And then Dad found this house on the banks of the Jordan River. And he just had to be by water because he'd been on the ocean for 15 years in the British Navy. And he just had to be by water. So he built this house on it. Well, he didn't build it. It was a little house among all the trees that he fell in love with right on the banks of the river. And Warwick was born there. And then Curzon was born there too, at 1084 California Avenue, 1081 California Avenue. And the house is still there and has been built on, and it's a very nice place. And I haven't been over there, but my brother Warwick said it's very nice.
So how many kids do you have in all in your family?
7, never 7 children.
So back to the bathtub, I guess the water got pretty dirty by the last kid.
I guess. I can't remember that.
And how many bedrooms?
Well, we didn't have 7 children when we built this. Well, yes, we did. We had 6. See, Curzon was born at 1081. And I remember when Curzon was born because I came home from the school and it was the primary day. Primary was the activity organization that they don't have anymore, but that was in the middle of the week. Well, you used to go to primary there when we went there to Timberlane School, because I remember you used to take a car full of kids there at primary. But I remember that I was going, my primary teachers told me I had a new baby and did I want to go home and see it? And I said, no, I didn't want to. If it was a brother, I was disgusted to have another brother. That was a 3rd brother, and I wanted a sister, and I didn't want another brother, and I wouldn't even go home. And then Dorothy came along. She was born at 1081. And Donald was born at 1081. But Jack was born at our new house. As it was that we built over about a block away, Dad had this house built, and we had a bathroom then. That was going up. Now we'd gone up in the world, we had a house with a bathroom. But since then, that other house there that we moved from they've added rooms to it and bathrooms.
So what other things did you have? Did you have a refrigerator?
Oh, that we had an ice box, and the iceman would come along and put a great big block of ice in the top opened, and they put this big block of ice in. And then when the iceman came, he would chip it off. He had kind of like sort of a wedge thing that was kind of sharp, and he'd chip, and then you'd get these ice flakes and the spears of ice that would break off when he was chipping it, and he'd give it to the children, and we'd all stand around the iceman when he'd come around. That was a great treat to get these icicles. They were just like sort of icicles that he'd chip off, and that was a great treat. And between that and the ice cream man used to come around. You get ice cream cones. And, that was a wonderful, wonderful treat. Because he'd ring his little bell and everybody'd go running.
Just like now?
For 5 cents. But
it was pretty much the same as now with the ice cream truck?
Pretty much the same as what?
It was pretty much the same as now. They have ice cream.
Oh, the ice cream I thought it was delicious.
Oh, but they have ice cream trucks that go around the neighborhood still.
Oh, well, I have never bought any from the ice cream man that comes around now. But I don't know, because they probably have popsicles and things like that. But he used to have scoops of ice cream, had scoops, and put it on an ice cream cone. And that was a great treat. Next to homemade ice. Well, I don't know which I like better, that or ice cream. And
homemade ice cream, especially in the wintertime, because then Dad would knock the icicles down off the side of the house to get ice, and then we'd bake ice cream, and that was great.
And that was always one of your favorite treats there.
Oh yeah, that's wonderful. That's it. I still think when I see icicles, I think of homemade ice cream, because that's the way we get get ice cream.
Did you have running water in the house?
Yeah, we had running water,
And did you?
but not hot water, just cold.
And how did you get it hot?
Heated on the stove, coal stove.
Coal stove, so you put lumps of coal
Yeah,
in.
keep the coal stove going to keep the house warm.
So,
The kitchen and Mother would always have that going. Then your stove the stove had kind of a water tank on the side of it. And that's where they used to get that. Mother would always have hot water in the water tank.
oh,
And then on wash day, she used to have to heat her water in pans on top of the stove and then put it in the washer to wash the clothes.
yeah.
And then she'd always have to have a big fire going on wash day. And then she always used to make like rice puddings or something to bake it that was baking in the oven all the time, the stove, because she'd have a good hot fire going. I've forgotten that, but that's what I remember now about the coal stove.
So different from now. So I guess, so what about during the summer when it was already real hot?
Well, you still had to have a stove.
And so it got the house even hotter though.
Yeah, that's what you had to do. So anyway, you get hot water.
So,
That's why in the summertime when she'd have to heat up the stove because she'd, bake in the oven at the same time.
lovely.
I didn't used to have to worry about that when I was a child. It just got done and I didn't. I just took it for granted that's what you had to do.
But things have changed so much. So I guess no air conditioners, Anna, I'm sure.
Oh, no air conditioning.
Did you have a fan?
I don't remember having a fan. I don't remember that at all. But I remember another thing I was thinking about, the fun things we used to do. We had all these trees around that house that was a wonderful place for hide and seek. Oh, it was just wonderful. All the neighbor children used to come over to our house because we had all these trees around the house and they could play a thing. And then Mother was an expert seamstress, just a beautiful seamstress. And she always dressed me just like a little doll, I guess. But I remember for the big thing, the big social event of the year was conference every October and April. And Mother we always had new outfits. And she used to make sailor suits for the boys and take us to conference to show us off to the missionaries. It's all the missionaries that she'd known in England and to go to the British reunion. I mean, we just went. That was a ritual to take us to show her children off to the missionaries and see all of her English-British friends who had also immigrated from England, because the minute people joined the church in those days, they encouraged them to go to Salt Lake City to build up the church. And Mother said you just wanted to go. And so all their friends they had known over in England. And so it was a great time. That was a big social event. Every conference was to go all dressed up. Mother making us all these new clothes, including the boys. She used to make all the boys' clothes too. Oh, and then another fun thing they used to have in the chapel, in the Cannon Ward Chapel every Friday. All of our social life was around the church. And they used to have movies every Friday night in the church. That's the only place we could go for a movie. And we'd go to these movies, and they were always continued movies. And they'd leave you just in the middle of something, like somebody would be hanging on the edge of a cliff. You could hardly wait till the next Friday to see what happened, and then it'd be continued. And I remember the M-men used to be in charge of it, and I used to think, oh boy, they were just wonderful of young men that ran the movie projector, and I used to think they were heroes, great heroes.
What did you do to listen to music?
For music,
Yeah.
they had a Victrola
What-
with records on it. You wound it up and played the Victrola.
And was that one of those things, the cone that comes out?
Yeah, we had one of those. And we had a piano. And I thought I was going to be a great pianist because I loved to want a piano. And they did buy me a piano. And that's when I took music lessons from Alexander Schreiner. But I never turned out to be a virtuoso. They thought I would be.
So that piano that I used to learn on when I was growing up, it was the same piano they got for you.
Yeah, it's the same piano. And Alexander Schreiner helped them pick it out.
So did you did people play the guitar at all, or was it all pretty much the piano?
I don't remember any guitars. They might have done, but I don't remember.
And did you recall when you got your first car, or what kind of car it was?
I think it was an A model.
So it's a
It was a Ford. I know
Ford
that.
Model A.
Ford Model A, I think.
Where-
I think that. And we went to school. We had to walk a whole mile to go to school. There was no school buses. We walked to the Riverside School, and then went to the Jordan Junior High School.
What classes did you take? What were your favorite classes in high school?
In high school, well, let's see. This one more thing about here. I don't know that I had any particular favorites in high school, but one of the big events I remember that I thought was just wonderful was when they built a library. The Chapman Branch Library was built across from the Riverside School. And I remember thinking how that I could go in that library and check a book out and take it home and read it. And I remember I thought that was just wonderful that I could actually take a book home and read it. And I remember the first book I took home was called The Little Match Girl. And I just thought that was just precious, just absolutely wonderful.
What were some of the favorite books that you remember reading growing up in high school?
Oh, I like the Pollyanna books, the Anne of Green Gables, and I was just an avid reader, especially after they got the Chapman Branch Library where I could go and get books out and read, take them home and read them. And it was just wonderful.
So, when you graduated from high school, did you go straight into college?
Oh, well, let's see. First I went to Jordan Junior High School.
Haven.
And at Jordan Junior High School, there were eight of us girls who were in the 8th grade, 7th, 8th, and 9th grade together. And the 8th and 9th grade, the homeroom teacher was a Virgil H. Coon. I think he must have been just a recent graduate from the University of Utah. Was our teacher. He taught us algebra the first year and geometry the second. And he kept the same home group. And then there were 8 of us girls who thought we were smarter than anybody else. So we called ourselves the Hinky Dinky Club. and we all had cases on this VH Coons. And nobody would tell each other that they had them because we were getting too young. And then, let's see, what were some of the other things I wanted to... Oh, he invited us to parties, too. And then we got separated when we went to high school. Some went to the LDS high school, and 3 of us went to the West High School, and my best friend went to the East High School. And so I went to the high school with the 2 Bessies. The 3 of us went to the West High, and the rest of the Hinky Dinks went to the LDS high school in Salt Lake. I'm not sure why I didn't go to LDS high school, but I did. Oh, and another thing I did in high school that I recall was that I grew 6 inches from the time I was a sophomore till I was in high school. I was on the front line when they had Girls Field Day. The first year I was there as a freshman. And the last year I was on the last line because I was the tallest. First I was the shortest and then the tallest. And we went to high school on a bus. And the cafeteria, they served chili. But that was all you could ever get in the cafeteria was chili. Chili, and then they had the best taffy. I remember you could get taffy for dessert. I think it cost 15 cents for your lunch.
Now, that was a lot back then.
Yeah. Oh, and then it was at high school when we got our first telephone. I know I was in high school because I remember calling my friend and I said, "It's in, it's in." Oh, I thought that was wonderful to be able to call her on the telephone. So let's see. Then my first job might be interesting. My first job was when I was in high school. When I was 16, and it's when you can start getting a job. It's like it is now, I guess. Same thing. Perfect. But I got a job because this friend Bessie's sister was the head secretary at the model laundry. And during the summertime, they got all the bedding and the towels and everything from the trains. They had these Pullman trains that people used to travel on where you slept overnight. They had on the Pullman trains. And so they would have these towels that had a little blue line going down the center and then the sheets. And this model laundry did all the Pullman sheets. And so they would hire people during the especially high school girls to work there. And so you had to have real pull to get on. And you got $9 a week. And you had to fold these.
How many hours of work?
8 hours, 8 o'clock till
8 hours per day.
8 hours per day.
5 days a week.
5 days, 6 days a week.
6 days a week for $9
a week. For $9. And it cost me $1 for my bus fare.
Yeah.
And I paid 90 cents tithing. And so that gave me $2 I could spend because I put $5 in the bank.
Yeah.
I saved that to have during the year, and especially saving it toward going to the university because I knew I wanted to go to university, take the 2-year normal because I wanted to teach school. So I remember allocating my money that way.
And say the 2-year normal would.
2-year normal, that was what if you wanted to teach elementary school, elementary grades, they called it the 2-year normal.
What does that mean?
For elementary education.
So what does that mean? Somebody went to college for 2 years?
And they went to college for 2 years to teach elementary.
Okay. So
and I wanted to teach elementary. I didn't want to teach high school. I wanted to teach. You had to go 4 years to teach high school.
Yeah.
And then, and so I took the 2-year normal course. And then I graduated. Here we are in the middle of the Depression, and there were no jobs.
Yeah.
Nobody. And the only ones they were hiring them were the graduate who had 4 years of college, and they put them in the elementary school if there were any vacancies. Nobody was dropping out. And so I couldn't get any at the end of my 2-year normal. I couldn't get a job teaching because there just weren't any jobs. And you had to have a degree to teach. And so they took the people with degrees, and those of us in the 2-year normal just had nothing. So I didn't get a job teaching, and but while I was going to the university, I used to baby tend for 50 cents a night, and I baby tended for two University of Utah professors. A chemistry teacher, Corliss Kinney, who was from back east, and Engelman, who taught English literature, and I used to baby tend for both of them. And
so now back up a little bit. You went to the University of Utah.
I went to the University of Utah.
Now, why did you pick that school? That's because you're
The
living.
2-year normal because I wanted to teach.
But I mean, why not go to BYU, for example?
Oh, I never even thought of going to the BYU
Why?
because I didn't BYU. I don't know, just
Too far away?
just the podunk school. I mean, no, the BYU didn't even enter in. You know, the University of Utah was the place to go. Nobody talked about going to. In fact, they didn't even talk about going to. If you talked about Provo, nobody thought of the BYU. Provo was the nut house.
Provo is the what?
The nut house.
The nut house?
Yeah.
That's for the state mental hospital.
Yeah, the state mental hospital, and Provo was the word Provo was synonymous with the
Going crazy.
yeah, the inside, you know, inside. And everybody would say, you know, that drive me to Provo. I didn't even know that driving me crazy or insanity was it. I just Provo was the word.
Yeah, I forgot now. When I was little, I remember hearing that.
Yeah,
But
right.
I completely forgot about it.
Right, that's Provo. You didn't think of anything about the BYU. It was just purely and wholly that house. So if you went to Provo, you nobody even, you know, you didn't even.
I always wondered why you went to the U and you're such a BYU fan all the rest of your lives there.
Heaven, I'm not. It just no care about my first contact really with BYU was my favorite. Well, so I stayed out. That 1 year after I graduated in 2-year normal, trying to get a job, just to work anywhere.
And you're living with your parents.
Yeah, sure.
And was everybody, were all the kids still living with your parents?
Oh yeah. Was everybody still with the parents?
They were still the whole family was still living in the same house.
Oh sure.
Well, I guess they were all younger than you anyway.
You know, they were all younger, and they didn't go to any other place. Let their kids go any other place to live. They just.
So you were about 20 years old at that time, right?
Yeah.
So that was 1930.
So I stayed, right, and that's when the Depression was starting.
Now, when did the Depression start, and when did it end?
It started around, well, I guess about 28 or 29.
That's right. Then
I think it did.
And pretty much
on through the 30s till the war started.
Like World War II, yeah.
And didn't just find any job.
Green Hills Rick's life story. And we were just talking about 1930, just out of college, no jobs, and go ahead.
No jobs anywhere, stores closing down, nothing. And everybody talking about the Depression, and so here I am ready to start life and thinking I'm going to teach. And so I was looking for a job, and while I was going I was going to school, I did get a job at Chris's, which was a 5, 10, and 25-cent store. Mm-hmm. And I was behind a candy counter where they had this long candy counter and had jelly beans and all that kind of candy. And so I'm watching the ads, and even I wasn't even working with, well, I think I just worked Saturdays but even that got slow. And so I think they didn't even have that job. And so I would look for the wand ads and trying to find some kind of job. And then one day in the paper where there was this job said experienced candy clerk wanted.
I can't run like an animal. I can't run.
Experienced candy clerk wanted at this Keeley store. And Mother we saw the ad, and Mother said, "Oh, that Lester Robbins store." he was on a mission. He was a missionary over there in England. And I said she'd go and apply to that job because you've had experience at Chris's. Well, there is no comparison between Chris's candy, Keely's candy. Keely's, they had mostly chocolates and pecan roll and expensive candies. And their chocolates were known as some of the best, like See's candy or, I mean, they were just really top-notch chocolates. And so,
So even during the Depression, people ate candy.
oh, yeah. Yes, they ate candy, but there was no comparison between my experience at Keely, at Chris's. I mean, that was the jelly bean type and that kind of candy, and there wasn't any comparison. Keely's were the ultra; they were the best, and so Mother said, "Now, if you're after a job, you've got to go up early. You've got to be the first one there, and you've got to act like you're confident and you want a job. And if you get there early, then it helps you to get a job." And so Mother said, so I hurried to the streetcar, and I got there. I think like the applications were supposed to start maybe like at 9 o'clock or 10. I don't know just what time, but I got there before the store was open. And so I stood out there for a few minutes and looked, and then I thought, oh, I'm scared to go in. I just lost all my courage to go in, and I thought, oh, I'll just tell Mother the job was all gone, and I'll get back on the streetcar and go home and say the job was all gone. And then I saw a girl go in the door. Then I thought, now I could have been the first one there. And I just took myself by the nape of the neck and walked in that store. And I had to sit on the bench and wait while that girl had gone in and been interviewed. And then I was making up my speech all the time, what I was going to say to Mr. Robbins. So as soon as I went, and then she goes out, and so I go in to talk to him. He was sitting in a booth. And I had my little speech all made up, and I said, Mother said to say that I'm Jack Hale's daughter. Mr. Robbins, I'm Jack Hale's daughter. You're Jack Hale's daughter? Well, Jack Hale's from Nottingham, England? And yes, I'm Jack Hale's daughter. And, oh, I'm glad to see you. He said, you were a baby when I was there on a mission. You were a baby, and I hear you were all grown up. And oh, I'd love to have you working, and I got the job there and then, and
No interview questions.
no, and oh, he said, you just tell your father hello for me, and Jack Hales, oh, he's great. He said he was great. I was on a mission there with, and you were just this little baby, and we were all so proud and happy that you were going to go to Salt Lake City, and he was so happy. And so he said, you come back at 4 o'clock this afternoon, and you can start working. And so, and he said, but don't say anything when you walk out of the store that you've already got the job, because he says, for the good of the store, I have to interview the other girls that are here. And so, and when I walked out, well, here there were a half a dozen other girls already sitting there on the bench who'd come in to be interviewed. And I walked out of there I was just walking on air. I was so thrilled I had the job. And so I worked there then and made many new friends and many new contacts, and enjoyed it so much. And L.J. Robbins was so happy to have one of his people that he'd known in England, some of his converts known in the mission field, but working there at the store. And it was a great experience. And so I worked there. Then I went back to school, back to the U and worked there every day. I'd work there from 12 till 6 on some days, had my classes arranged, and then Then other days I'd work from 6 until midnight. But all the time, the last 2 years I went to school, and then
So you went back to school and got a master's degree.
I got a degree,
A master's degree.
not a master's, just plain bachelor,
So you got a first you did a 2-year normal,
2-year normal.
which now they call, I guess, an AA degree.
I don't know if they
And then you,
have it.
well, they have here in California a 2-year degree, and they call it an
Oh,
AA
have it?
degree. And then you went back and got a 2
Bachelor.
more years and got a bachelor's degree. But you eventually got a master's degree too, right?
No, the depression's still going on. All the time I was at the university, and all the stores were closing up and down Main Street. And it was a big worry, but Keeley's kept open. People still came in there for lunch and for candy and everything. And while I was working there, the superintendent, the child's, his head secretary that they used to say ran the Salt Lake City school system, she came in one time, and she knew me because I had been at there applying before I graduated from 2-year normalcy. I used to go up to City and County building, and Mother used to make me go in and said, the only way you get a job is to keep going after it. And so I went in, and Miss Haroon knew me, remembered me. And so she comes in Keeley's this day, and she said, oh, you're working here. Well, I guess I must have just been ready to graduate. I must have been back putting my application in again or something. And anyway, she said, you're working here and going to school? And I said, yes. And she says, well, I'm going to see that you get a job when you graduate. And then she talked to Mr. Robbins after, and because L.J. Robbins came and told me, he said, boy, he said, is she proud of you? She said, they're the ones that get ahead in the world and have got that much grit to go on and, work and to help put yourself through school. And there were no scholarships. There was no anything. You either, if you didn't have the money to go to school, the tuition, why you just couldn't go. I mean, there was no scholarships or anything. And so then I graduate. And now it's still depression days, and jobs are still hard to get. And the school had just started. I think it had just started. And here I didn't have a job again. Oh, and I was still working at Keeley's. And
You're 23 years old.
Yeah. And so
1933.
And so then this one day at noon, during the noon rush, this Miss Haroon called me from the City and County building.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, Irene, I've got a job for you. Can you come right over and sign the contract? And I said yes. And I was working the cashier's desk, and the cashier and Candy County worked together. And here was the store full, because that noon rush was when we'd have all the people. I went sailing out of there.
So you just quit? You just walked out? Or did you?
Oh, I just told Mr. Robbins that he was as excited as I was. And they just put someone else there in my place, the cashier. And I mean, he was excited too for me. And so, and I remember all the word just got around among the waitresses. They were all my friends now. And they had this soda fountain that they don't have anymore. They had a soda fountain that had little taps that they'd get the fizzy water out of, fizzy to make ice cream sodas and lots of things that had all kinds of filling, cover for chocolate sauce and caramel sauce and all that kind of thing. And they call them the soda squirts. We got 19 cents an hour. The girls got 19 cents an hour. And the fellows worked behind the soda squirt. They got 25 cents an hour. We didn't used to think that was fair because girls worked every bit as hard as the boys. But they got 25 cents an hour and we got 19 cents an hour. And so the word got around. And all these fellows, my soda squirt friends, there was one fellow that worked behind there that was also going to the University of Utah. He was going to law school. And no, they were all excited that they phoned me from the school. And so everybody was thrilled. So I had to walk over to the city and county building. Keeley's was on 3rd South, and I had to walk down to 4th South and over the block to State Street. And I ran over to the city and county building and signed the contract. And I had to start the next morning, go to this school out at Grandview School. And everybody, all the Keeley people that went back, everybody was excited, and everybody was thrilled and excited that I had got a job teaching school. So that was when I started at Grandview School. And then I taught at Grandview School. And let's see, I started at Grandview.
What grade did you teach?
Kindergarten. It was a half day. And I taught for $450 for a year for a half day. And then the next year I went to Douglas School, and I taught 3rd grade, and my first salary was $750 a year.
Well, I'm glad to get the job.
Glad to get the job, was right. Thrilled to get the job.
We did.
And let's see, so then I taught there, and then I guess my first adventure.
So that was for 9 months of teaching.
Yeah, for 9 months, 9 months of teaching. And I'm trying to think now, my first adventure, was that going to, my first adventure now, I'm teaching, was to go to the Chicago World's Fair. And so it was my idea with some of my friends, 3 of, let's see, Frida and Marion and myself. Frida, Marion, and myself. So let's do them one other. Wanda. It was my idea that we each put in $50, and I would put in $50 for a car, and the rest of them would advance $50 to pay for the gas and the food and everything, and we would go back to the World's Fair in Chicago. So I bought this Essex coupe with a rumble seat, because that was the thing that was the stylish thing as a young person then, was to have a coupe with a rumble seat. And so we decided, and everybody else thought that was a great idea too. All my friends thought it was a great idea, all except our parents were worried sick about it, because none of us knew really how to drive a car. None of us had had a car. Frida never had a car. Wanda didn't drive and still doesn't drive to this day. And we just didn't know how, but I wasn't even worried about driving back to Chicago. And so, but our parents were all worried. And so they were just worried sick about us. And so finally they got a chick to go with us, because Chick could drive, and they wouldn't worry then if we had a brother with us. And so we got, so they all put in their $50. My $50 went for the Essex car, for the Essex coupe, for a down payment. It cost $150 for an Essex coupe then. And we started off for Chicago. And then we went like in July, I think it was. And so we had a quilt with us, and whoever was sitting we had to have 3 in the front seat and 2 in the rumble seat. Because underneath the rumble seat, we had to have our suitcases and our bedding, because there weren't any motels along the way between Salt Lake and Chicago. And none of us had been outside of Utah before. And even though I'd been born in England, I couldn't remember anything about it. So it was a great adventure. And for Chick, too, he hadn't been outside of Utah. And away we went. And then we'd hold this quilt over our head to keep it. It was too hot. And then we got in some rainstorms, and the ones in the rumble seat had to hold the quilt over their heads in this Essex coupe. And away we went to Chicago. Oh, we just had one wonderful time. We stayed at motel. We stayed at a motel in Nevada, but it was just like a canyon cabin we had to use our own bedding. We had bedding tucked in, and Chick had to sleep outdoors because it was just a one room. And I think we slept, the four of us slept sideways on a bed, a double bed. And then there were tourist homes along the way. And that's what you stayed at because there weren't any motels. But just that one motel, as I remember. And we stayed at tourist homes. And we stayed in a tourist home in Chicago, right near the World's Fair. And one of the funny things that happened, this one friend that worked at Keeley's was still a law student, and he was a good friend of mine. And so he brings his present down to me the day before we leave for Chicago. And he had it all wrapped up just beautifully and everything. And he says, you can't open this until you're halfway there, or till you get to Chicago or halfway there. And so we were just all dying of curiosity what he had in this box. And finally, when we got to someplace there in Wyoming, we felt like we were halfway around the world anyway. And we opened it up, and it was a pair of roller skates. We thought that was really fun.
Why did he give you roller skates?
Oh, just so I could get home again. I don't know. He had some little verse he'd put in it. So you get marooned in that Essex scoop while you can roll home.
So was that a boyfriend?
Yeah.
So who was your first boyfriend?
I don't know. That some of the boys in the ward. I can't remember.
Oh, yeah. Right.
The ward boys was, but anyway. So let's see now. So now we on our way back from Chicago, we did stop in Nauvoo.
What?
And Nauvoo was nothing like them. It was run by, there was a garage or two that was run by the reorganized church. And they just told these gruesome stories. They had a cat skeleton and this gruesome stories. It was nothing like it. Then my next
gruesome stories about the Mormons.
Yeah, about when the pioneers had lived there, where the early Mormons had lived there. I remember this cat, the skeleton of the cat. They said had been left behind or something. This wasn't a nice experience at all. And the reorganized just told bad stories, and we were real disappointed with that. And of course, we were gullible as could be, just young kids that never been out of Utah before, and it was interesting to get somebody else's slant on the stories. And then I guess I got started with the wanderlust I've been thinking about as I've been trying to think about this, because the next thing was the exciting thing that happened in our family was Chick went to England on a mission. And this was the first beginning of the breakup of our family. Our very closely knit family with no aunts or uncles or other kids, all had grandparents and everybody, but my mother and dad were just there with their family and all of our relatives over there in England. And I think that's one reason I learned to write and spell, is because I used to write letters to my grandfather.
Oh.
And so then my grandfather...
Did you ever meet your grandfather?
Yes, my grandfather wrote, when Chick went over there to England, the first thing he did was go to meet my grandfather. And he got over there in England in a real dense fog. And my grandfather was so worried about him because fog had been out there on the ocean too. And then they'd had to slow the ship down. And it was really, really bad. I think it was like November when he went over. It was real bad weather. Oh, my grandfather was so worried that he wrote the letters. I remember how worried Mother was because he was worried because he hadn't heard from Chick, but Chick got over there. And he had a great time with meeting his and Mother and Dad were so thrilled and proud to have their son go back over there and meet their relatives.
Now, what's the name of the grandfather?
Daniel Charles Warwick.
Then.
He lived in Nottingham.
So it's your mother's
And-
father.
And Dad had his brothers there in London.
How about your father's father?
He'd passed away.
Okay.
And
Your father's.
he's passed away before I was ever born.
What about your grandmother's?
And no grandmothers either. They were all gone.
So the
It
only
was only this
grandparent
one
you ever met.
grandfather. That was the only grandfather that was left, was Mother's father.
So that's the only one you ever met.
Uh-huh. Yeah. The rest of them were all gone. And so
How did they die?
Dad's mother died in childbirth.
Good.
And Mother's mother died with cancer.
Handful.
And
Do you know what kind of cancer?
and I don't know what Dad's father died of. I don't know what he died of.
Do you know what kind of cancer?
No, I don't. I don't. But so anyway, my grandfather.
Has your family been pretty healthy, by the way?
Well, this grandfather Warwick was in his 90s, and he was as alert as could be. And I don't know anything about the others, but Mother, her sisters, all had pretty long lives. And so my grandfather was as alert as could be, but he wrote back. He wrote to Mother and said, "Now your lads come over here. I've fallen in love with your lad, and I'm not going to let my lad come home unless my lass comes over to see me." And so I said, "Well, let's go." And here it is, depression. Still depression days. And I said, "Let's save our money and let's go." And so I went to the bank and I borrowed $100. I had saved some money along the way, but we were having to send a check. It cost $45 a month for a missionary in England at that time. Now it costs about $350, but it was $45. And so so Mother and I go to the bank, and I remember that was my first financial transaction. Was I guess Chantel wants to take a look too.
You're working through the camera.
And so anyway, I went. My first financial transaction was to go and ask the bank if I could borrow $100. And I remember, I think it was the bank president I talked to at Zion Savings Bank. And I told him why I wanted to borrow $100. And he signed me up for $100. I had to pay $10 a month back for 12 months. So I guess it cost me $120. $20 to borrow $100.
That's
What interest?
20%. I mean, but how long did you borrow money?
For a year.
Okay, 20% interest.
That's pretty high.
Yeah, it's really high.
Well, and so that's what I paid. Maybe it wasn't for 12 months. Maybe it's only 10. That's the way I remember it. It was $10 a month. I think I've still got the bank book somewhere. And so Mother and I, we drove a car back to New York. And then we parked the car in New York and then took the ship. And we made our travel arrangements with American Express. And believe it or not, they were the only travel agent in Salt Lake City at that time. Was the American Express. Seems hard to believe now with travel agents every other blog or every other store almost as a travel agent by bajillion, but that was American Express was.
That's funny. I never thought of them as a travel agency. I just thought of them as a credit
Yes.
card.
American Express. They were the only. They made all the arrangements to go, and we knew that Paul C. Child was our state president, and he knew all about it, and made the travel arrangements for us. And so we went over on the ship, and we took about a week, I think, to travel from Salt Lake City to New York. And then we were 1 week on the boat, crossing over there to England. And that was a great experience, meeting all of Mother and Dad's relatives. Is that the end?
A couple minutes left.
Oh, so. Let's
So
see.
was this all when you're 24 about, or how old were you?
Oh, I don't know.
Was this during that first?
1938. 1938. Chick was on his mission from 1936 to 38.
Okay.
And we went
So
over
you're-
there at the end of his mission.
So you're 28.
And we just had a great time visiting and meeting all of our relatives. We were over there for about 3 months.
Oh, wow.
And it was a big thing to go. Everybody had parties for me, and I had my picture in the paper. And I mean, it was big news, And the only missionaries went over to England, went over to Europe.
Mhm.
They were the only people. Nobody went over there from trips.
So you had been teaching school for 5 years by this
Yeah.
time. Now, had you also gone back and gotten a master's degree during this time?
No, I didn't get it.
When did you get your master's?
No, I didn't ever get a master. I took graduate work. I didn't.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And so anyway,
Where is
and so anyway, let's see. Coming back, what was I going to say? We were over there for about 3 months, and then we just had a wonderful time. I said it was a great experience going over to England, and I remember saying when I kept a diary of the whole trip, and I thought, oh, I wonder if I'll ever see England again. Been over here. There were several times since, but I wanted that time because it was such a long way. Oh, I know what I was going to say about coming home. When we came home was when rumblings of war, World War II, were on. And
38.
everybody was talking about it when we were over there in England.
Cool.
They were all reviewing World War I again, and all my uncles had been in World War I. And that's when I used to hear them talking about it. And here it is, rumblings of war again. And Chamberlain was the Prime Minister of England, and he was just letting that German Hitler just wind him around his finger. And when we came home, it was when they had full steam ahead on the boat. And all the time we were there, they were getting it ready to rush back to London to take back more American citizens, because they were sure war was going to be declared. And Chamberlain was flying back and forth. And just as we got home, the symbol of Chamberlain was Chamberlain with his umbrella saying peace in our times. He thought he'd been over there with Hitler and had made all arrangements, and everything was peaceful, which was just a big error.
Did people think at that time it was a big error?
No.
I mean, so at that time everybody thought he was
Some
doing the
people
right
did,
thing.
but people were still dubious about it. But that's what. But they were getting the ship ready when we were going over. They were getting that ship ready to go home, and then
Of Irene Hill's Rick's life story, and we were just entranced by Mom's account of her first trip to England. So why don't you go ahead and pick that up?
I was saying we had a great time in England, but one of the experiences I do want to tell, because it was an everlasting impression upon me was the first Sunday we were there. We went to church, and Chick and had come over to Nottingham to see us and to meet us, and also had his missionary companion, Bry Croft, who was with him. Um, he was over there. He came over to meet us too. So the first Sunday we were there, of course, we were anxious, eager to go to church. And this cousin Frank of mine went with us, and he was a British cousin, and he was all dressed up to go to church, and so we went on the bus, and Chick had the address. He knew where it was, and we got off the bus, and we started walking down this rinky-dinky street. And my cousin said, Chick, you've got the wrong address. It couldn't be down here. These buildings are all condemned, and there's nothing here. He said, you've got the wrong address. No, Chick said, I'm right. I know where I'm going. And so we follow along this street, and he said, these buildings are all going to be torn down. They're all condemned. We kept walking and walking, and finally we come to a old battered sign that was hanging out in front that said Church of Jesus Christ, Latter-day Saints. And we turned to walk up some rickety steps that I thought was going to cave in every step we took. And we went up to this little tiny room that was up at the top. I think it was an old elk club, or, one of those. The drinking spittoon was there, and the mission. Some of the missionaries coming. 6 missionaries had come because they knew they'd heard that Chick's mother and daughter and his sister were coming over there, and boy, they were so thrilled to be able to see somebody from home, because nobody traveled. In those days, nobody went. I mean, it was such an event, and they were so eager to hear meet their somebody from the hometown, and we get into this room, and there was an organ that played about every other key was broken, and the lady that was half blind was playing the organ, and they lined up a few chairs, and there were about a dozen people, and not more than a dozen, and then the 6 missionaries. And among them was Marvin Ashton, who recently passed away, who was an apostle then, and Chick and Bry, and then these other 6 missionaries all together. And, I was just overwhelmed. I had always been to a nice chapel for church, and left the beautiful tabernacle square with all of it as beautiful as it was, and then was this rinky-dinky place. And it has filled my soul with emotion. I'll never forget how I felt. And then they asked Mother to talk, and Mother did a beautiful job. She talked, and then they asked me to talk. Well, for the first time in my life, I realized that what my mother and father had done, to give up their life and they met the church in these kind of circumstances. I just couldn't believe that they could have realized this pearl of great price, because I wouldn't have ever associated with that kind of an atmosphere, or that kind of a place, after they were used to the beautiful old churches there with all their dignity in England, and then to go to church in a little place like this, the contrast would have been more than I could have accepted. And so I got up there, and when after Mother talked, and she talked very well and controlled herself, and then I got up and I started to cry and tell my story of woe, and all the missionaries started to cry with me. We were all crying by the time I got through. And so it was such a memorable experience, because for the first time in my life, I had realized the sacrifice and that my mother and father had done to leave their homeland and meet the church in those kind of circumstances. And so I went down to London a couple of days after that to meet President Hugh B. Brown, who was the mission president. And I told him of my experience, and he cried along with me. We both cried. And he said, I'm going to get some nice places for the British people to meet in. If it's the last thing I do while I'm mission president, I am going to have to get nice places for them to meet. He said, we just can't expect people to meet in those places. The building is supposed to be condemned. So anyway, that was an everlasting experience to me. And now then, let's go back. So we go home in October and go back on the ship. And Sylvester Buchanan, the apostle from our ward, was on the ship. He had been visiting in behalf of the church on this ship. And it took us we came home on the SS Manhattan and then drove home. And the Crofts came home with us. Greta Croft was over there visiting too to meet her brother Bry. And brother Chick and Bry had been companion. And so we came home amidst this rumblings of war, as I mentioned before. And when we got home, Chick started in back at the University of Utah. He had been going to USU before he left on his mission, but he went to the University of Utah when he got home. And when he was there, war is still being talked about, and they were recruiting for Air Force, and they advertised for fellows to come in and get tested to physical tests to see how they qualified. And Chick went in, and he was one of about 2 fellows, I think, who passed all the physical tests. And yet you had to have 20/20 vision for one thing, and he passed the test, and that got him started. Now that he qualifies to be a pilot, why he decided to go to take the course, and then of course he went to the Air Force, so he went into to learn the pilot training, and he finished his pilot's training, was sent up to Alaska, to Anchorage, Alaska. And then when he was in Anchorage, Alaska, was when Pearl Harbor
Attack.
happened, and we were at war overnight. I mean, it was a matter of hours, and President Roosevelt declared war. So Chick then was in the Air Force, and he was the first one to go. And then the draft came up, and all young men had to go from the ages of 18 to 27 or something like that. I don't remember what the cutoff date was, but they all had to sign up for the draft. Maybe it was higher than, anyway, they had to sign up for the draft. And so before we knew it, Warwick was in the Navy because he didn't want to go in the Army. So you could volunteer for the Navy, and you had these draft numbers 1, 2, 3, or 4, and you had to go regardless of what. When your draft number, they just pulled your draft number up, and now the world is just being turned topsy-turvy, and nobody can realize what it is until you've been in it. And so then Warwick joined the Navy to beat the draft because his number was ready to come up, and he said if he was going to die, he was going to die in the water. He wasn't going to be in a trench. So he joined the Navy, and then Curzon went on his mission, and he could still go on the mission. Then they stopped it soon after that. And Curzon wasn't happy when he was on his mission because people would say, "Well, why aren't you in?" Because everybody's son was going in the draft, and they were unhappy with anybody who wasn't. They didn't think it was fair for one person to go, so it wasn't a very pleasant experience for the missionaries, and they soon had to cancel out. But Curzon was one of the last ones then, and so he was still on his mission. And so now then, this patriotic fever, everybody wants to get in and help, and hoping to get this war over with. That was, see, Pearl Harbor was 41, wasn't it? And so now it's 1940. In 42 was when they opened, the Navy opened up the waves, as they called it, for women. And I can't remember what WAVES stood for. It was something about waves, naval,
Women something.
women,
Was it
volunteers.
airborne or?
Women volunteers for service, I think, but I don't know what the E stood for, and I can't remember what the A stood for. Anyway, it was the women. The Navy opened it up for waves, and because my father had been in the British Navy, and I'd heard British Navy. I'd heard Navy all my life, and his father was in the Navy, and his brothers were in the Navy, and oh, I thought it'd be so exciting and to get into waves, and the mother and dad, well, they didn't want me to very much, and but they wanted to do what I wanted to do, and I didn't know if I wanted to do it or not, but I did get the fever, and it's patriotic fever. You want to get in and help, and then I was teaching school, and the school superintendent would give these pleas to say, "Oh, not for any teachers. If you can teach, teach. Let those who can't teach go and do these other jobs." And Brother Lee, Harold B. Lee, and his wife were a great influence in my life, and Sister Lee whispered in my ear, and she said, "If I were single, I would go." Brother Lee he wasn't very eager about it, but anyway.
So she said that because she knew you were thinking about it?
No, yeah.
Did she know you were thinking about it?
Yeah, they knew I was thinking about it. And I, every time that this Lieutenant Commander Symes would come through Salt Lake, he'd come through about once a month. I'd go up and talk to them about it, and I couldn't make up my mind at all what I wanted to. I wanted to, and I didn't want to. And people had flags hanging in their window of how many they had who were in the war. And so Mother had this flag hanging up with both Warwick and Chicken, and here I am trying to think about whether I wanted to go or not, and be in the waves. I thought that would be wear a uniform, and I'd be patriotic. I mean, it was a fervor. It was, everybody was in it. Everybody, the world was just turned upside down. And so Brother Lee this one day said, "Well, what have you decided, Irene?" And I said, "I just can't make up my mind." And he said, "Well, you go home and read the Doctrine and Covenants, section 9, verses 8 and 9. And you'll know, it'll tell you there, you'll know whether you want to go or not. You go home and read that." So I went home that night and I read it. And it said to pray about it, and you'd have a burning in your bosom if you knew it, you'd know your answer. And I did. And I woke up the next morning and I knew that I wanted to join the waves. So I went up that day after school, and my principal, this man that had been my principal, had heard that I was interested in the waves, and he had talked to me. He says, "Oh, Irene, you're such a wonderful teacher. Please don't leave." he had been a son. He'd been a child in the military, and he said, "You don't want to get mixed up in that military." And he said, "You're a wonderful teacher. We need you here in the schools." And so, but after school that night, I went up to Lieutenant Commander's side, and I said, "I want to join." And so then, that very night when I got home, some girl had been up visiting Brother Lee to ask her whether she should join the military or not, and he had told her to call me, and I would tell her why she shouldn't join. And so I tell this girl I've just joined. Brother Lee was sure my answer was going to be no. And I told her I had joined. And then that next morning, the principal came. He had a face as long as a week, and he says, "Oh, Irene, you did it. You did it. You joined it." I said, "Yes. How did you know?" And he said, "Well, it's in the newspaper."
Oh no.
My name was in the newspaper the next morning, the paper.
Well, they had a section on ellipses or something.
I suppose I think there was just a little article about those who joined the Waves, and it was, publicity too. They were trying to get recruits, and so that was the beginning of a new era in my life, and of course here I was teaching the school here. But this time I was teaching the Riley School right in our neighborhood because of the gas shortage. And I had changed from the Douglas School that was the other side of Salt Lake and went to the Riley School that was right down the street from us because of the gas shortage. And then there just wasn't gas available because they were using it all for the war. So
you were obviously driving a car.
Yeah.
What kind of car were you driving?
I guess it was still my Essex Coupe. I guess it was. I can't think of any other car that I ever parked except the day because I could walk here to this riding school, but I had been going to the Douglas School. Well, yeah, it was still that Essex Coupe. Had to be. I can't remember selling. I guess I sold that. I don't know what I did with it. Can't remember. So anyway.
What year was this that you went into the Navy?
1943.
Good.
And
the war had been going on for, what, a year at that?
Yeah, from 1941, Pearl Harbor.
Oh, 2 years.
And so, then old brother and sister leave and had a going away open house for me at their place, and they were right behind me on it.
What was your relationship?
Big open house for me.
What was your relationship to the Lees?
Well, they just how did I get to know the Lees so well? Well, how I got to know the Lees so well was when I was a Gleaner girl, we had our social activity was in the church. And the Gleaner girl, Inman Gleaner banquet was a big thing, and our ward banquet. I was in charge of it, and I was mistress of ceremonies. And Brother Lee was the stake president. Harold B. Lee was stake president, and they were invited to our ward Inman Gleaner banquet, and I was mistress of ceremonies. And Brother and Sister Lee fell in love with me when I was mistress of ceremonies, and made a big impression on me. And Sister Lee wanted me she was the stake gleaner leader, and she wanted me to help her with the gleaners. And so I was a stake there. And so that was, and then Brother Lee had the stake board, and he was stake president. And Sister Lee was my gleaner teacher too.
What was it you think they liked about you so much that they fell in love with you?
I don't know.
What do you think? You must have some ideas. I assume you're the same smiley, high energy person then that you were now.
I don't know. I don't know, but they just became very, very. They just had me over at their house all the time. I was just in and out of their house all the time. When he was made an apostle, I thought I'd never be able to walk in his house again. I could never walk in an apostle's house, just like I had been. And I found out it wasn't any different. They were just the same wonderful people, and it didn't make a bit of difference whether he was an apostle. But I thought, I can't walk in an apostle's house.
So at the time that he was giving you the advice on going to the Navy, he thought he was advising you. He thought that you would read that section and pray about it and decide that you shouldn't go.
Mm-hmm.
And he was your stake president at that time?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But he went anyway. He decided.
Well, like I say, he was just right behind me when that was my decision. That was my answer.
So he went to the.
He was just right behind me the whole time.
And you went to the Navy, and where did you go?
And then I got to be I went to New York, and we had to take these tests, and when it came to the mechanic test, I didn't know anything about mechanics, and I just went through and guessed all the answers. And when I went to be interviewed for where they were going to put you in, where you could help, I had got way high in this mechanics. And I told them what I did. I said, "Look, I'm not. I'm not that. All I did was guess at it. I did. I just went through it and guessed and went way high." And
but you had been a teacher long enough. You knew how to ace a test.
And I said no. And so
did you read the questions again?
I went through and ones, if I did know any, I marked them. See, and then I just went through and just.
You did, but you read all the questions.
Yeah, I guess I did.
Oh, I see. So you went all through and then you just left them blank when you didn't know it.
Yeah.
And then when you're through, you went back and filled in the holes.
Right. I just went down. And I hurried through them because I didn't know half of them anyway. How you put things into that mechanic, I didn't care about it. And so, and I told them what I did.
This is the military. And so
I
welcome to the military.
I was just ready to die if I was going to be a mechanic, and so they put me as a link instructor, and then my brothers.
So explain what that is.
And the link instructor was to teach pilots how to fly by instrument. Although I'd never been up in a plane and I'd never seen the instruments because of my education background. But they put me in as a link instructor, and that was the coveted job in the waves.
No.
Everybody wanted to be a link instructor, and they just chose just a few to go down to Atlanta, Georgia. We were the first ones to go down to Atlanta, Georgia. Our class was, and they didn't have. Later on, they had would take you up in a plane. But when we were in Atlanta, they didn't have the planes ready. We just had to sit in these little simulated planes that are attached to the ground and pull a hood over your head, and then watch the instrument and fly by the instrument. And then there was I know they're much more sophisticated now.
Right.
I haven't seen them, but they had what they called a little turtle, or didn't they call it a crab or something? And this crab had a little inking wheel on, and you would put a map on the desk and start the inking wheel, start the inking wheel at Salt Lake City, and have them fly to San Jose blind. And they'd have to rework their instruments, and the inking wheel would show how they were flying. And then it would take them to I think it was 500 feet above high, and then they'd go in by it anyway. But it was a great. I mean, it was really
Well,
fascinating. But
and the instruments they had was like
So-
direction and altitude and wind speed and
right, it had all those things you couldn't see out at all. You just had to fly by instrument. And so, and so then maybe better stop for just a minute. Let me get cough here. So, okay.
it went wrong.
And so here I am now back again. And so I went to Atlanta, Georgia. And from Atlanta, Georgia, after 3 months, we were assigned out to our bases. We took a 3-month course in Atlanta, Georgia. And I was sent to Pasco, Washington. And when I got to Pasco, Washington, I thought I had come to the end of the world. It was right there at the junction of the Sacagawea, the Columbia River. And it looked so desolate. And there were 6 of us that were sent, 6 or 8 waves that were sent out to replace the men so the men could go out overseas that were teaching Link. Because the pilots all had to take Link. And so we were to replace them. So we were not welcomed to the base because the men did not want to be sent out. But we got on this base, and the first night we were there, they took us around to show us. They had a committee there, or at least a man, as I remember, that took us all around and introduced us and showed us what the base was all about. When we were up in the library, they had a real nice library there. And the first thing they'd say was, "Where are you from?" And everybody'd go around and say where they were from. And I said I was from Salt Lake City. And the first thing I knew, a cadet came up to me and said, "Did I hear you say you were from Salt Lake City?" And I said, "Yes." He said, "Are you LDS?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "Oh." He said, "The man in charge of the Link department is LDS, and he's from Ephraim, Utah." I could not believe it. I could not believe that I had come here with an LDS officer in charge. And so the next morning, I could hardly sleep that night. I was so excited. And the next morning, Eddie Blazer was the officer in charge. And we were each assigned a link when we came over. We just sat it. The links were lined up, 4 on this side and 4 along this side. As I remember, there were 8 of us. And he started on the other side and went and it met each one of the girls on the other side. And then he started on our side, the side I was sitting on. And I was the second one on our side. And when he came up to me, I told him that I was Irene Hales from Salt Lake City, Utah. And he said, "Oh, good heavens, are you LDS?" And I said, "Yes." He said, "Oh, come into my office." And he didn't even go and meet the other girls that they have seen. That everybody's wide-eyed as I walk into his office with him. They wonder what's happened. And when I got in there, he said, "Oh, we've got another a return missionary that's teaching teaching the cadets to fly," because that's what it was. It was where they were teaching the cadets to fly. And the links were for the officers who were teaching the cadets.
Oh.
They weren't ready for link yet, and so that's what the links were for, keep the officers in training. And he said, one of the men, the lieutenants who are teaching the pilots there, is a returned missionary, and he says, "We've got the best LDS group you've ever seen right here at Livermore." And so he said, "I'll call Dave and get him over here." So he called, phones over. Next thing we knew, we see Dave Cameron running over, just great big leaps. we could see the airfield right over here. And through his window, his office window, we can see this Dave Cameron come leaping over.
30 seconds left.
Oh, he comes in and he is so excited that there is a foreman wave aboard. And the first thing he says was, Irene, do you want to go out in a plane? And at that time in my life, the thing I wanted more than anything was to go up in a plane and see those instruments going. And the next thing I knew, he called over and they said, yes, there was a plane available. And he takes me out, and Eddie Blazer goes with me. And all the rest of these girls wanted to go up in the place too. And they all walk to the where it says no trespassing. And they stand there, and I'm going at
To Rick's flight story. Okay, just telling a story about Eddie Blazer and the big airplane ride.
Okay, so Dave Cameron. So Dave
Okay.
Cameron and Eddie and I are all taken up. We all walk over here to the hangar to get in the plane. And all these girls, these friends that I was with, these wave friends, were all lined up on the no trespass. They couldn't even go over there by the plane. And they're watching me go up, and they all stand there all the time and watch Dave Cameron take me up in the air. And we flew for about a half an hour, and then a little plane, a little open cockpit plane.
Open cockpit.
But you couldn't
Oh, wow.
pay me to get it. You couldn't pay me to get it.
I didn't ever picture it being an open cockpit. So that made like one person in one cockpit,
Right.
and you were in the back cockpit.
Right.
Oh,
That's what the
yeah.
cadets learn to fly in, you see.
Oh, I've seen those in movies. So that.
Yeah.
So you had goggles on and a helmet. And it was like a leather helmet.
Yeah.
So just like in a movie. So.
Oh, yeah.
So great. And what did?
Maybe there was a hood over, but it was open cockpit.
Mm-hmm.
It had to have a hood over because you couldn't have the air.
Well, they have a windshield in front of you.
Yeah.
So that over your head it's open.
Yeah.
And you talk through a microphone to each other.
Yeah.
And there's just two of you in the plane.
Just the two of it. One front seat, one in the back.
So did you get to fly at all or anything? Did you get to hold the steering wheel or anything?
Oh, heavens, the best. I got to see the instrument.
Okay.
And then when I got back down, everybody was so envious. Couldn't stand it. Well, what did you do? What did you do too? Because they, just like I, wanted to go up in a plane and see the instrument. At that time in my life, that was what I wanted to do more than anything. And so I get to go up, and I said, I didn't do anything. He's a member of my church. And they said, oh, fiddlestick, we can meet other Catholic. I meet Catholic. They don't care. I'm Methodist. They don't care. Well, that's not true. So we talked Mormonism for the next 2 weeks with Eddie Blazer and Cameron, who just come back from a mission. And then to top it off, we were not allowed off the base for 2 weeks. After when you first go on a board like that, you're on the base for 2 weeks. Can't even go off. To top it off, Eddie Blazer makes arrangements and takes me off the base that night. And
Go where?
He called down to Lyle Stringham, who was the banker. Lyle Stringham was the banker in Pasco, and he had a great reputation. He was handling all the money, for that big Richmond. Well, you can't remember good. But that big rich field that were making the atom bomb that nobody knew what they were making. They were right.
He didn't know what they were making either.
No, nobody knew what they were making, but he ambled the money for that thing.
Wow.
He was the banker at Pasco. He was handling all that money. That Pasco bank was handling that money, all the money, and everybody was speculating over what it was. And
how far away was that?
Oh, it's right adjoining.
Yeah, were they were so they were building the first atom bomb
Yeah.
right there where you were
It was
located.
going, but nobody knew what it was.
So if they had had an accident and blown up, then your whole base would have been
Yeah.
blown up.
Yeah, oh, it was right adjoining there.
Uh,
But they just knew it was some secret war thing, but nobody had any idea what it was.
Hmm.
And people would think they would know. And people were always trying to talk with Lyle Stringham because they figured he might have some clue because they were handling all the money and he was the bank president there. And he had the greatest reputation. They said that a man could walk in overalls and get money and somebody all dressed up wouldn't get it because he could just speak through people. And I told Lyle, I said, that's what people are saying because there were a lot of people there who were on the base who were natives around there. And they just said he was the greatest. And they said that he could tell an honest man and he could tell. And I told him that he did. He says, yes, I got swindled once and it was by a Mormon. And so, anyway, so he called down the Stringhams and Eddie Blazer does and tells them there's a wave aboard, a Mormon wave. And so they bring her down for dinner. And so he took me off the base the first night I'm there. And I have those waves were just ready to die because I got to go off the base. I get to go in their playfield because I'm a Mormon, because I'm the Mormon in charge of the legal department. So that was my first experience at Livermore. And I learned to just love it there. And I was only there for 5 months. And one of the first things I said to Lyle Stringham was the branch president there, and they held church in their home. There was no place. They didn't have church at all. They held it in their home. There's all stake there now. But they held church in their home. And I said, well, let's organize an MIA. And so he did out of his own pocket. He rented the Methodist had a recreation hall, and he rented that out of his own pocket. And we organized an MIA, and we have got about 50 members from around there going on it. And then I was there for 5 months, and it broke my heart when they transferred me to Oklahoma City. From Pasco to Oklahoma City, I went there, and then there again, I organized an MIA to Oklahoma City. And then from there on, I moved to Livermore. They changed me to Livermore, California, where I spent the last year. And they didn't have an MIA there. Well, that's another story. Shall I tell that now, or?
Keep going. The tape's rolling.
So now then, we're at Livermore, California, and they didn't have any LDS church there. So they had a little one that met in a little tiny room down at Livermore, California. And so at the base there in Livermore. And you remember when we went to visit you when you were a kid? We went to visit Livermore. And I asked him about the Navy base. We went to that by the dam, and there was that big cooling dam that you liked.
I remember going to a dam when we were little kids.
And there was a science building there.
I remember.
Well, we went to Livermore.
Oh, you're talking about when I was in like junior high or high school. Yeah. Uh-huh.
We went there to visit, and I asked them about the naval base, where it was and everything. And I felt like Rip Van Winkle because the fellow at the service station didn't know anything about it. And so anyway, but so then there was this. They just had this little tiny branch, and I went to the chaplain of the naval base and asked him if I could an LDS group, and you couldn't tell who was LDS because you either had to sign in as Catholic or Protestant on the military ticket. So they wouldn't know how there was LDS. And so the chaplain said, well, yes, we'll be happy to help you organize your church group. And he said, we don't know how we can find them because they don't, they don't list the LDS on their military ticket. So he said, but you can have the chapel. And he told me what day I could have it that following Wednesday. And I did, and I tried to get, there was another return missionary that he didn't know of there, that he knew he was LDS. And I got him to help, and he wasn't then just as all. He was just the washout. So just left it in my hand. And so the chaplain had them announce all this thing, and he said, well, you can have it like this Wednesday night. So that they announced over the loudspeaker, an LDS MIA will be held in the chapel tonight at like 7 o'clock. Now, here again, we say again, this is the way they repeat it. An LDS MIA will be held, and everybody was saying, what's that ABC? You are what? But if you were LDS,
Right.
it was plain as day,
Right.
as plain as day to you. And so I went in that chapel, and I opened the door, and I sat at the piano and played Come Come Ye Saints with the door open. And before I...
All by yourself. You were
all by myself. All by myself. And four men, young boys, came walking in, and they, what is that? Some can you? They were told thrilled, and they were Mormon kids that they came in, and we got a great big MIA going, and that's what I met. My friend Brian Espenshide was the one who came to my rescue. He came, he was there the first week, but we met every Wednesday night. And then we were able to invite the people in from Livermore that lived in Livermore, came in. And then cadets, we got the word around, one spread it. These 4 boys showed up the first night, and we just spread the word, and we finally got 50. And Brian Espenshide has heard it going, and he came. He said this one day he went into Oakland, and he thought, no, I shouldn't have come here. I should have gone to that. They caught the Liberty boat. They called the bus the Liberty boat. They caught the Liberty boat and went back to the base and came walking in and shaking hands with us. And I just knew right here is a good leader. And so between us, why we had 50 and 75 of the boys. It was a constant battle to find the Mormon kids, but we found them.
So, now,
So,
what year was this?
well, I was there till the war ended.
Okay.
I was at Livermore, so this would be 44.
So where were your brothers at this time?
44. Warwick was in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Chick was transferred from Alaska down to Florida.
And when you tell about it, what was each one doing?
Chick was flying planes, and Warwick was, he was in the Navy, and he was doing something with the instrument. He wasn't on a ship ever. He wasn't on a ship. He was land-based, but he was in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
And then Curzon came home from his mission, and he was taking pilot training. And
So
in Shepherd's Field, one time I got I had a week off or something, whatever they called it, I can't remember, the absence or something. And a chick also was being transferred to California. Chick ended up in Fresno, California. And when the war ended, I went down to Fresno because Chick was released at the same time. And we came home together with Winnie. And let's see, what were you thinking? You were asking me what? And Curzon was at Shepherd's Field taking cadet training. He was taking cadet training when the war ended. And Donald was in England. Donald was only 18, and the day he turned 18, he went in to sign up. That was when you had to sign up for the draft. And Mother had his birthday cake already, but he wasn't going to be a 4F. 4F was if you didn't qualify physically. And so he was right there, that patriotic spirit, like I say. I mean, everybody wanted to get in and help and get this thing over. It's been going on for 4 years. And the world was turned upside down. I mean, nobody was living a normal life. And so Warwick, Donald was there. So he goes up to Fort Douglas on his birthday and signs up the draft, and he didn't even get to come home. Mother had his birthday cake all ready for him, and a week later that kid was in England. 18 years old.
So he didn't even get to go home. But when to find out, and they just said,
He
Walk
went
right
and got a net. They needed him out there, and that broke Mother's heart for her 18-year-old boy. They didn't even get to come home and eat his birthday cake.
so you had to say goodbye or anything?
No, just went in to sign up, and they just
Wow.
passed the physical, and they sent him right out.
Well, and did
2 or 3 days, and a week later, he was in England.
did any of your brothers act in fight in combat?
Well, Chick was there in the last. Yeah, they were going out there on the Aleutian chain.
Who was?
He was what?
Fighting the Japanese?
On the Aleutian chain.
I didn't know anything about it.
Well, I feel I can tell you something about it.
Do you remember anything about it?
Did he say, does he remember?
Do you remember anything about it?
No, I don't know
Was it
exactly
naval?
what he was doing. All I know is that he went out on the Aleutian chain all the time.
In a plane.
And at one time, he was ready to go, and they called him back to work operation, that somebody in his place, and that very plane got to this, and he had a Mormon boy, no, as his name, they're from Salt Lake, was his co-pilot. And this other man, they called Chick back to work operations, and this other fellow went in Chick's place, and the plane got shot down, and they were both killed. That's how close Chick came to it. And then, I was with Chick when he went up to visit this boy's mother that was his co-pilot, who was killed. And I went with him. He wanted me to go up with him to the home to visit the mother and tell her how he'd seen him, on his last trip out. Because he was a fine young man, but that's the way it was. He just didn't know from one day to the next. Had that flag flying out, and I've heard my mother who pacing the floor sometimes, because you just never know from one day to the next when you're going something, it was just an unusual thing. They're going around telling you somebody had been killed.
Did you know very many people that got killed during the war?
Well, there were, when we were there at, when we went to Russia there with Warwick and Curtin, they looked up a couple of the graves there at Utah, what's it called, at Utah Beach there in France. And to see if they didn't know if they could, there's this row after row of these crosses. And there were 2 boys there that were friends of both Warwick and Jack.
Good.
It was rather difficult to tell which was their grave, because they're marked and they do have numbers on. But they knew that 2 of their friends there were killed in it. And and they were.
So where were you when the war was declared over?
At Livermore, California.
Did you remember the day part?
Yeah. Yes. Nobody could believe it, except nobody.
So what were you doing? And
Believe it. This atom bomb was dropped, there on Hiroshima in Japan. That finished it up. It was that atom bomb there near Pasco, Washington, you think.
Okay. Did you know at that time that it was from Costco? I mean, how much later did you find out that
I don't know.
That created right where you were?
I don't know. It was all so sudden that the atom bomb was just kept secret as could be, and nobody knew.
Now, was there a big celebration when the German part of the war ended?
When the German
When the German accepted defeat? Was that considered like a really big deal?
Yeah.
And you're in Livermore then too, right?
Yes, I was in Livermore when it was all happening.
So how long were you able to look up more?
I was there about a year, I think.
Both the German and the Japanese wars ended during that year.
Mm-hmm.
And then so
Remember how far apart? I don't think it was too far apart, as I remember.
when the Japanese accept defeat, then what? Did you like the very next day go home or what happened?
Oh no, you had to wait till your number was called, but I was one of the early ones because I went in with him before he and Chick was too. He was released. He was down there in Fresno, and so we were able to go home together.
I decided to last because it seems like you're always one of the lucky ones. So they accepted that you're one of the criminals.
Well, yeah, exciting. So, I mean, you just didn't know whether how long it was going to last. And all of a sudden, the atom bomb is dropped, and
So
it was awful, and it felt terrible. All these people were killed, but the war had ended, and so, and then everybody thought you'd go home and life would go on, but it didn't. I mean, the world had been turned upside down.
okay. How was it different?
Jobs were different, and big adjustment, great big adjustment. And then, of course, then when I got home, and then I started teaching again. They were welcoming me back with open arms, of course, and I started teaching, and then they planned this June conference for a welcome home for servicemen and women. And Brother Lee had been the servicemen's coordinator, and he knew of one Eldon Rick, and he wanted me to meet one Eldon Rick.
How long after you came back?
Yeah, I was trying to sort of connect it all up. I came home in the fall.
What year?
And then I had
45.
Yeah, October of 45. I know I came home in the fall about that time, and because they were hoping I'd come back to teaching as soon as I got off. And I went to the Liberty School, by the way. That was what was funny, Liberty School there by the park. And then when I came home, let's see, what was I going to say? Oh, this friend of mine came home from Rome. She had been in the Red Cross, and we had a welcome home for her. She came home after I did, and we had a welcome home for her. Her mother had it at her home, and there were a half a dozen of her girlfriends who were all there who went to see her. We'd all been good friends before the war. She'd been in the Red Cross, and she showed us a parachute she had. Every girl wanted to have somebody who would give them a parachute. After they'd been used or opened once, I think they were made of, they couldn't use them again, and they were made of this beautiful silk. And they made beautiful negligees and whatever. And everybody wanted to know somebody. Well, she had a parachute. Well, where'd you get your parachute? Who gave it to you? And she said, oh, fellow named Eldon Rick. And so he gave you this parachute. So then she showed us the more things she'd brought back from Rome, and she had some alabaster bookends. Well, these are beautiful. Where'd you get these? Eldon Rick. So I said, well, who is this Eldon Rick? Tell us more about him. I thought, well, it's something there. And she said, "Oh, he's 6'2", eyes of blue, too religious for me, but just right for you." And I said, "What's about him? What do you mean? What did he do that the too religious?" And she said, "Oh, he reads you the Book of Mormon on a date." And I thought, "Oh, leave me to him."
But she had you pegged.
I thought, "Oh, that my ideal is somewhere around looking around anyway." Every other. And so, um, and then the next thing I knew was that Brother Lee, don't they get this? So they had me. As soon as I got back, they made me stake MIA president in Pioneer Stake, and so we wanted to have a youth conference, and Brother Lee suggested to me that I get this Eldon Rick, who'd been a chaplain. He'd be a good one to be a speaker. So I thought, "How do I find him?" He said, "Well, you can find him. You know who he is." And so, I mean, knowing you'll find where he is. And so I don't know how I found out that he lived in Provo. And anyway, I can't got that quite straight. But anyway, I was able to get in touch with him. I think I got his address or something, and asked him if he would talk at the. No, that must have been after. I'm getting mixed up here. Because the first time I met him was when Brother Lee had this welcome home. That's the way it goes for servicemen and women in the tabernacle. And Sister Lee told me that Brother Lee was putting me on the committee. I was going to be the only woman on the servicemen's committee to arrange this June conference for Welcome Home business, because he was putting an Eldon Ricks on it and wanted me to meet her. And so she told me, but I wasn't supposed to. She knew Brother Lee was doing this. And so I go to this first meeting we had in the church office there, and I could hardly wait to see what he looked like. I'd heard what Wilda said about him, and now Brother Lee wants me to meet him. And so we had this first meeting, and he sat at one end of the table, and I was sitting at this end of this big long table. And there were about 12 people, I guess, on the committee meeting. And so Eldon was sitting there, and I kept looking him up and down to see what he looked like, And so then after, and Wilda said that she had told him about me when she was over there in Rome. Eldon's not quite sure if he remembers that. But anyway, she said she had told him about me, that I'd be kind to get one or something. I don't know. Wilda says that. And so at the end of the meeting, we talked, and I said that he knew my friend Wilda, and talked to him. So that's where we met. And then we walked down Main Street, and he took me into the Walgreens truck, and we had an ice cream. And so that was the beginning. And so, see, that was why I was supposed to go into the waves. I don't know how I would have met Eldon if I hadn't gone into the waves and been on the service maintenance committee and met him.
You have a little bit less than 2 minutes on this tape.
Well,
Tell the story of anything more about your courtship and marriage.
well, let's see where to go from there.
How long did you date?
Well, and then it must have been after that. It had to be after that I had him talk and got him to talk at this youth conference. And then And then let's see.
Now, wasn't he like most preferred man on BYU campus?
He was an eligible bachelor. And then they had the GI Bill of Rights, GI Bill that you could go and get. Gave you so much a month and pay your tuition at school. And so I decided that I'd go to the BYU.
Well, I didn't know you took classes at BYU.
Yeah, I went down there and took graduate class
Okay.
at brother and sister Lee's suggestion. Because Eldon Ricks was down there, and they were sending their daughter Maureen. Maureen wanted to go down to the Y. She had been to the University of Utah. She wanted to go to the Y, and they wanted me to go down there and be a roommate with Maureen. And Brother Lee arranged and got us a room at the Elsie Carroll, the night hall. That night hall, and the night hall was right next door to Eldon's house. Brother Lee didn't know that, but he did make us. He did got a room that said, and you had to have a little bit of pull to get in at that night hall for a roommate. And so Maureen and I were roommates, and I went down there and to the Y, and then I had all the competition because Eldon was real eligible. At the same time, in spite of the competition, I won out. And I was on the Young Women's Assembly Board at the time, and I was at a convention in Reno, Nevada, when we announced our engagement. Eldon had been at UNC going to school, and I was now engaged, and they had announced our engagement. And W.O. Robinson announced to the audience that this is Irene Ricks, who is engaged and is marrying the most eligible bachelor in the church, Eldon Ricks.
Bye.